Fam, what is going on? Happy game day. It's Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Could I get a roll tide coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube? You got the Roll Tide watch along between Alabama and Georgia. Let me know where you're watching from inside the comment box. I already see a few of you inside the undefeated section. You got Jeff Stapleton. You got North Alabama Storm Chase. By the way, North Alabama, we appreciate your graphics this week. Thank you so much for helping us in terms of sending us the graphics. Chris from New Jersey, I see you checking in. We got T behind the glass. T, say what's up.
Hello, everyone.
T is producing today. Appreciate her help. And to everybody out there on Undefeated, I appreciate you guys. Wow, Bill, what's going on? I see you inside the comment box as well. Nick Salmon, what's going on? Thank you very much for joining us. G-Dog is coming to us from Biloxi, Mississippi. I still never been to Biloxi, Mississippi. I need to get down there, one of these days. They got Scott coming in. We got Wolfgar and a bunch of other people right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Just let me know where you're watching from. I'm always excited and curious to interact with all of you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So today we have the Roll Tide watch along. How this works is, we watch the game with you. We talk about game highlights. We have live stats. And before we start, we have, it's 5:42 where I am. And the game kicks off here in, just a little bit between Alabama and Georgia. So I think what we'll do is we'll kind of go over some games. We'll go over some detail between this game. Is that right? They said an hour and 6 minutes before kickoff? But let me know where you guys are coming from. I appreciate you guys for being here. Bama Football on YouTube. During the actual game broadcast, we'll take some commercials from time to time. This is a long stream. We'll probably stream for 5 hours consecutively, right? So you will see a score. You will see a commercial from time to time that goes like this. And then we'll be back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. When we look at the college football scores for today, so kickoff on ABC is at 6:30. That's what time the game is on. So we're a little bit ahead of time, which is fine. We got a lot to go over today. And I think a good place to start out on the show is looking at some of the games that are taking place around the world of college football. I mean, look at this one up here, fam. So get comfy. You guys can jump in, jump out. I'm watching the end of this Auburn game, seeing if Auburn can crash and burn here at the last second. They were leading 21 to 10. Now the score is 21 to 16. But I have my eye on this game right here. Mississippi State only trails Texas 14 to 6. Game is just about to go into the fourth quarter. You see freshman Arch Manning starting in this game, again over Quinn Ewers, who is sidelined with an abdominal injury. He's 20 of 25 in this game, 255 yards with a touchdown. Daniels from Mississippi State has 65 yards. Isaiah Bond, 5 receptions for 75 yards. So we're watching that game. And then I'm sure you saw earlier today the one between Ole Miss and Kentucky. Who watched that game? Did anybody watch that game? Yo, I don't know. Maybe Kentucky's just better than we thought they were. I don't know. I mean, think about Kentucky. They've played Georgia close, only losing. In a game, we all know that they should have won, right? And then they go and beat Ole Miss in Oxford. So, man, who would have thought that Kentucky could have, defeated Georgia and Kentucky in the same season? I don't know. So this is the one that we have tonight, Alabama and Georgia. And when you go full screen and you kind of look the side-by-side comparisons, we're doing our pick six just a little bit ago on DraftKings. You have Carson Beck, Jalen Milroe at the quarterback position. You see Carson Beck this season, 680 yards. I guess we could pull up. Can you pull up the pick six again, T? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here early. Game coming up at 6:30 on ABC. I appreciate you guys being here. I was also downtown. I went to hang out with some guys at the F3 tailgate in Tuscaloosa. Got a taste of the atmosphere. It's electric. There's traffic everywhere. There's people everywhere. I heard that there's 1,100 security, Secret Service in town. obviously for Trump. So there are so many people in town, downtown, around Tuscaloosa, absolutely packed. But when we're looking at the stats and the side-by-side comparison, T, do you have it brought up? Yeah, the pick six, yeah. What is the passing yards for Carson Beck?
Find Beck.
I think I could pull it up real quick. So when you go to pick six and you look at passing yards for this game, let me just ask you guys, undefeated. You guys could just tell me out in the pre-show. Do you think that Carson Beck throws for more or less than 250 yards? 250 yards, more or less, for Carson Beck. 250 yards for Carson Beck. This season, he's thrown for 680. I mean, Alabama's only allowing, 106, 115 passing yards this season? Less, more. 250 is what was set by pick six. Less, everyone's saying less. I kind of feel he'll throw for less as well. All right, so that's one. How about this one? And give me your anxiety level. How's your anxiety on a scale of, 1 to 10? Is it 10? Are you through the roof? I actually feel pretty good. You get close to game time, you get a little nervous just because, this game feels like a national championship. I don't know why, it just does. It's only, week 5, and it feels like, oh my goodness, Oklahoma has just intercepted Auburn. They're going to return this for, is it going to be a touchdown? Yes, it is a touchdown. My goodness. So switching to this Auburn versus Oklahoma game, Auburn's driving down the field. They throw an interception. Oklahoma returns it for a touchdown, and now Oklahoma has taken a 22-21 lead at Jordan-Hare. This is unbelievable. I'll try to get the score on the screen so you can look at it. But my goodness, the things that continue to happen to the Auburn Tigers, right? My goodness, this was a game Auburn just a little bit ago, just 10 minutes ago, before I got on the show. We've been streaming for 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Auburn was winning this game against Oklahoma 21-10, okay? 21-10. 2 turnovers, okay? And now Oklahoma, this will update in a minute, is leading 22-21 after an interception for a touchdown. And Auburn right now is trying to stop a 2-point conversion. Oklahoma's quarterback is going to look around. He looks like he has some daylight. He's probably going to run it in. And he jumps in the end zone. He does a helicopter, and he lands in. And now Oklahoma gets a 2-point conversion. They go up 24-21 with 4 minutes to go in the back of this game. So now Oklahoma is leading 24-21. What's interesting is the next week you have Georgia and Auburn. So this Hugh Freeze team, people were like, they're on the right trajectory recruiting. Just wait till they lose 4 in a row. Number one, Ryan Williams fan. What's up? I see you inside the comment box. Nice avatar. Thanks for being here. My goodness, that is unbelievable. And earlier today, I was just talking about the fact that Kentucky defeated Ole Miss. So Ole Miss had a chance to tie that game, missed a field goal, and that's how the game ends. This quarterback for Oklahoma, I believe this is the backup quarterback, right? Made an amazing play and is able to get into the end zone for a 2-point conversion, and Oklahoma goes up 24-21. We're also watching this game, I guess, in the SEC. You have Arkansas and Texas A&M going toe-to-toe. It looks like Texas has now taken a 21-6 lead over Mississippi State. Other games that we are tracking, you have Notre Dame and Louisville, and Notre Dame, no surprise, is beating Louisville 31-24. Now, I promise you this is exactly what's going to happen in this game, okay? I promise you. News before it's news. Notre Dame beats a ranked team, and Notre Dame is going to be ranked like number 7 or something like that. I don't know why this happens, but Notre Dame, this will be like Notre Dame beating the number 5 team in the country. They treat these wins like this. So Notre Dame is coming back, and we all know that that's not the case. But anyways, they are beating Louisville right now 31-24. By the way, if you were impacted by this storm in any way, shape, or form, our thoughts and prayers are out to you as you continue to navigate through that. I was looking, do we have anyone from North Carolina? Anyone from Asheville? You probably had to evacuate at that point in time. Did you see that, T? The people in the houses?
Oh yeah, I saw some people stuck at
Houses
the
were
Biltmore
houses
hotel.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and everyone had been evacuated, but they didn't have time, and it was nuts how like quickly everything happened. They said they got the evacuation order, and then an hour and a half later, it was like feet of water.
Yeah, I saw homes floating away in Asheville. So I've always wanted to go to Asheville. If you're out there, if you had to relocate, whatever, our thoughts and prayers are with you as you continue to navigate. Auburn is trying to move the football down the field. They're now at the 40-yard line after a completed pass. They still trail Oklahoma 24-21. Kalen, what's going on? We see you inside the comment box. Kyle, what's going on, man? Kyle, recognize Kyle. And Stephen Hicks inside the comment box. He's also watching the Auburn game. 3:15 to play, according to this ESPN scoreboard monitor. Kerry Collins, what's going on? I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Southern Gal, what's going on? I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Love the United States flag. Jeff Stapleton is inside the comment box as well. Looks like Louisville has the football in that game. Another one, I guess, this is interesting. We've talked about USC plenty of times. Here they are in the Big Ten now. This is interesting to think that these type of games used to be bowl-type games, right? This is like an old, Rose Bowl-type game, and now you have USC on top of the Badgers 31-21. You're not supposed to compare scores. But Alabama took Wisconsin to the woodshed. Like, that game could have got really bad. USC just got beat by Michigan in the tail end of that game, and now USC in Los Angeles is on top of Wisconsin by 10 points. I think it kind of shows you that separation gap between the top 5 and the rest of the teams in college football, right? I think you have, we're about to have a heavyweight bout tonight here in Tuscaloosa. You have Ohio State, right, who's playing tonight as well. And then you have, Texas, who the Texas score right now is kind of hard to watch. What's the Colorado game? We'll talk about the Colorado game as well. Let's see. I think this is just the top 25 scoreboard. Let's go to the Big 12. And again, this is on ESPN. Okay, so you have Colorado. Someone wants to talk Colorado. Here it is, the Roman Circus. What's going on? I like that handle. You got Colorado beating Central Florida by a score of 41-21. Shadori Sanders going off 280 yards, and Shepard has 99 yards receiving for the Buffs. So that's a game taking place. Colorado, it looks like they would probably pull this game out. I'm not going to say anything because these games are wild. So who knows? Someone comes back. The game's not over until it's over. TCU on top of Kansas, 38-27. Who watched the end of that Virginia Tech Miami game? Did anyone see this game? I was talking to a bunch of buddies who saw this game today. So the way that this game ends was crazy. I guess now that I've had a little bit of time for it to sink in, I'll go full screen, see if I can get it full screen. This was a game that took place last night between Virginia Tech. I didn't know Virginia Tech had 21 starters that were coming back from last season. So anyways, this game goes back and forth. I'll say this. Cam Ward, he didn't play his best game like the first 3 quarters. But, that fourth quarter, woo, man, those were some plays that were just those were Heisman-type plays. Let's call it what it was. In the game, he's 24 of 38. He did have 2 interceptions, but he also had 4 touchdown passes. And the way that he played in the, when it was crunch time, that caught everybody's eye. Because everybody is going to remember what he did in the end of that game. So, let me ask you. I wanted to see Miami lose, to be honest. I did. Let me ask you, do you think, take your hat off, let's pretend we're officials, okay? Let's pretend we're making calls. Was that a touchdown? Yes or no? Sound off inside the comment box. Alabama versus Georgia, 6:30. Was it a catch? Yes or no? I think so the way that I'm looking at it, at first I thought it was a catch. But the way that they explained it made sense to me. Because the ball hit the Miami defender who was out of bounds, that's when the play dies. I don't know. I mean, it was. There's a lot of people that feel it was a touchdown catch.
Yeah, it looks like the majority.
Right? The majority is saying, yeah, it was a catch. It was crazy because the way that the game ended, it was in Coral Gables, right? Miami. So Miami scores and what they thought was they knocked it down. Okay, so they run off and they start celebrating, and they come back and they have to review the play. And Virginia Tech is also celebrating because they thought they scored a touchdown.
Was this last night?
Yeah, this was
when they all jumped up and every 4 people.
Yeah. So I mean, Myron, I'm kind of with you. It's like he never had clear control, and so it's like, you know what's amazing? We've watched so much football. I mean, think about this. I watch a game Monday night for JV football, right? Thursday night, I watch a game on Amazon Prime. Friday night, I watch college and high school football, right? Saturday, that's all we do is watch football all day long. On Sunday, same thing, all day long NFL. Isn't it amazing? Those are hours of football. It's pretty much your life.
Well, plus Caden's games.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Monday, yeah.
Yeah. So out of all these plays, we're still seeing plays that we've never even seen before, to where we're having to review plays. That's the beautiful thing about football. Like, there's still plays out there that you would think, you see what I'm saying? What I'm going with is, like, you would think that we've seen enough plays to be like, wow, we've seen it all.
You're like State Farm.
We've never seen these plays that are happening. We're like, shit, I don't know. I've never seen that before. No idea that could even happen. It's crazy, and I'm loving every second of it. Kyle Anderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Here's how the show will work. If you're new to the show, it's basic. It's what it is. It's a watch along. Watch the game with you. Talk to you guys. Interact. We show stats. We show scores. We go back and forth about all the games. Right now, we are tracking this Auburn versus Oklahoma game, and I'll bring it up here on ESPN. The score of the game, and right now Oklahoma leads Auburn by a score of 24-21. Now, this game, as I said, Auburn was leading 21-10, and then a couple turnovers have now put this game in Oklahoma's favor. Look, I don't know what's happening. You know, will there be a coaching change? No, I don't think so. But you got to look at the program. I mean, it's going downhill. Here you have it right here, a minute 46. And Oklahoma is leading this game by 3 points. Texas A&M on top of Arkansas still, and then Texas, I think they scored recently to go up 21-6 against Mississippi State, Alabama, and Georgia at 6:30 on ESPN. South Alabama tangles with the LSU Tigers, and then a game we spoke about just earlier today was Kentucky beating previously undefeated Ole Miss by a score of 20-17. How did Jackson Dart do in this game? Oh, okay, that's like way low for him. You know what? Ole Miss hadn't played anybody. They hadn't played anybody all season. I don't know, I mean, Parrish has 62 yards, Dart 261. Usually Dart's posting up like 500 yards. His season numbers are crazy. All right, so let's see if Auburn can come back. Right now Oklahoma has the ball. There's 2 timeouts for Auburn. I would imagine that Auburn is going to lose another game, a game they should have won. This was, I guess this is poor coaching. Their quarterback play is terrible. You know it's not terrible, though? Coach Saban and Miss Terry. Who saw, okay, out of 10 out of 10, grade Miss Terry and Coach Saban on game day. Was that not like, that was it? We're not going to get much better college football TV than that, right? That was it. The picture, T, can we get this picture? It's on College Game Day. It's a Coach Saban and Miss Terry, and they're like embracing, and Pat McAfee is like kind of cheering in the back. Can we get that? That is like, put that in the Louvre, right? Put a mural of that somewhere here in Tuscaloosa. It was great. She did an amazing job. You know what? Do you see what I'm saying, Angel? That was a 10 out of 10. Coach was awkward as heck. He's been doing, I can't even imagine the ratings since Coach Saban has joined College Game Day. They're like through the, you can't stop watching Coach Saban talk. And if you were listening to Stanford Steve recently talking about the game, he was saying that when Coach Saban comes in, right, that he's just all business and everybody just listens to Coach Saban and nobody says a word, right? Miss Self Love, what's up? I see you inside the comment box. Kalen, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. Robin, what's going on? Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. 10 out of 10. That picture definitely goes hard. All right, so Auburn trying to do some last-second stuff over here in at the barn. They're currently still losing by a score of 24-21. I'm going to take a 2-second break. I'll be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. Fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Hey, Robin, I appreciate the compliments. Thank you so much. Today's the watch along between Alabama and Georgia. Can't wait for this one. I mean, you know what made this one? I think it was what made it more challenging. This has happened in the past too. Is the teams have a bye week before they play each other, so you preview the game. You end up previewing the game for like 13 days, right? What are you going to talk about in the bye week? I mean, how they drubbed Wisconsin? Like, no. You start talking about the next game. Peyton Thorne struggling as Auburn looks like they're going to take another loss. It is 24-21. Oklahoma's trying to kick a field goal right here with 58 seconds left. It's a 39-yard attempt, and it's going to be right down the upright. So Oklahoma's going to go up 27-21. Now, there's 54 seconds left. I mean, that's plenty of time for there to be something. So stay with us, and we'll see what happens here at the barn. Of course, you can turn the game on yourself and watch it on ESPN. Following this broadcast, ESPN or ABC will move to Alabama versus Auburn here in Tuscaloosa. The game is going to be under perfect weather, and that was one of the themes that we were watching going into this week was the weather, right, with Hurricane Helene coming in. And, you know, yes, thankfully it passed on Tuscaloosa, but the damage that it did was unbelievable. I mean, Georgia, North Carolina. I mean, I think it went up as far as to Virginia. And I know Tennessee was also impacted as well. So you look at, there was a high school football stadium. Didn't they say Buckhead was underwater?
Yeah, apparently Buckhead flooded.
Yeah, Buckhead was underwater. There's a high school football stadium that was underwater. Jarvison with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Jarvis. We appreciate it, man. Jarvis has been he's been working Bama football for a long time. He's always coming in with the lines. We appreciate it. All right, I have a couple other questions. As this game ends, let me also ask you, so if you haven't played Prize Picks, you basically just pick more or less for each of these games. Let me read you a couple of them that they have for this Alabama game in Georgia. Okay, so for Jalen Milroe, yes or no? Yes or no? Does Jalen Milroe throw for more than 200 yards or less? More or less for 200 yards for Jalen Milroe passing. All right? Hey, Sandra, you can get this hat at Chris Mobley. And I think the shirt, too. I think this hoodie.
Yes.
This is a package deal from Chris Moss. You can look like this. Look. It's not cheap. Okay, that place you gotta go in there with your grandpa or something like that. Or your grandma or something. Or somebody or you gotta be a really good boy to get something like this because it's a little pricey. Chris from New Jersey say more. So 200 yards, more or less, for Jalen Milroe passing. Auburn throws a short pass. It looks like it went for 9 yards, 47 seconds left on the clock. Southern Gal is saying more than 200 yards. Last year doesn't matter to this year, but, his deep ball wasn't there last year. The quarterback is sacked for a huge loss. Time is running. There's 35 seconds left in this game. Auburn has to literally get something going. It's more dramatic than I'm probably making it. Brent Venables is jumping up and down. Oklahoma fans are on defense. Here comes Auburn. They have 3 wide receivers down to the right. They have 2 up top. Peyton Thorne back to pass. Those that across the middle. It's going to be complete, but it's not enough for the first down. There's 15 seconds on the clock. Now it's 3rd down. Auburn is running to the line of scrimmage to get something to go. Another 5 wide receivers set. They look to the left. And it looks like, is there some sort of timeout? Okay. All right. Hey, Court Downs, I appreciate you. A real nobody is here. He's a curveball. Question, does Ty Simpson play in this game? Oh, no. I don't think so. I would say snaps for Ty Simpson. I don't think so. That's a question. But I think in a game like this, I think you just go heavy with the best players that you have on the team. So I don't think that Ty plays tonight. Toughest Nails, what's going on? I appreciate you. I hope you're safe up in Virginia. If you go by Alexandria, Virginia, tell them I said what's up. I used to live at Braddock Station. That's yellow and blue line. If you're in the area. This Auburn game, Auburn is just drama, but in like the worst way. It's not like a roller coaster, like up and down. It's just like, you know what? Being on Auburn's roller coaster would be like you just never stop going down. Your stomach would have that feeling in it the whole time. You'd be doing like the the entire game. So I don't know what Hugh Freeze. We might. I don't know if there's any way we could pipe in that Hugh Freeze press conference, but I know those bank. Yeah, but I don't know if you have. You probably can. All right, Hugh Freeze, the play's under review. I think they're looking to see where the spot of the ball was because it was going to be 3rd down. Either way, it's going to be they're going to have to still throw it a country mile to put in the end zone. You know what I'm saying, Jarvis? Like, it'd be like a roller coaster where you never, like, got back up. You just, like, were in straight free fall. Okay, so Auburn coming to the line now. Cordowns in with another super chat. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. You don't think Bama can blow them out so Ty gets in? This is an interesting question. All right, I get it. I was talking about this today. All right, Auburn back to pass. They throw it down the field. It is going to be incomplete, and it is going to be, looks like 4th and 1 with 4 seconds left. I think what is more than likely to happen is that Alabama was to beat Georgia by like 35-10. Than the other way around. I would be completely shocked if Georgia beats Alabama 35-10. You see what I'm saying? And now my score publicly is 31-17 Alabama. I don't know. Here's back to pass. Auburn will go for the Hail Mary. He's running. He's throwing. It's way short, but it is complete. And the game ends. So we will look for that Hugh Freeze press conference as soon as it happens. Auburn now drops to 0-2 in SEC play. Next week, they will take on Georgia. So Auburn continues its downfall. The crazy thing about this particular game was the fact that Auburn was winning 21-10 in the 4th quarter before Oklahoma puts 17 unanswered points on the board to win this game. And Oklahoma goes to Jordan Hare, just as Cal has, just as what Arkansas have, and they've beaten the Auburn Tigers. That's the 3rd home loss. Is that right? It's the 3rd home loss for the Tigers. They haven't won a game. Look, ESPN even took them off the board. Texas goes up in this game against Mississippi State by a score of 28-6. Brent Venables goes down in his, I guess you could call it SEC, debut at Jordan-Hare Stadium, and he wins against the Sooners. So you look at finals today from the SEC. You got a couple that are just rolling in. These two up top with Oklahoma beating Auburn 27-21, and then Texas A&M moving to 4-1 and 2-0 in SEC play. Now, this is interesting because in terms of we know Texas A&M, right? I don't know how many people are buying them. But when you look to jockeying of position in SEC play, right now Texas A&M is at the top because they haven't lost. Alabama, they win their first SEC game, they would be underneath Texas A&M. So the way that the SEC title game works is it's number 1 plays number 2. There's no more East and West. I'm sure you know that, but just kind of to reiterate the fact that Texas A&M is 4-1 on the season and 2-0 in SEC play. Auburn completely a train wreck. It's a I mean, this is crazy. The rails, they're off, right? The wheel, everything is falling apart. Man, can you imagine being an Auburn fan? God, how painful. And that's sickening because you were leading Oklahoma 21-10. Oklahoma's missing 8 to 10 guys. You could check the eligibility or health report for Oklahoma. They're missing a ton of guys playing with their backup quarterback. And they come out and score 17 in the fourth quarter to beat Auburn 27-21. What's going on? I appreciate you, Marcus. Thanks for being here. Ole Miss went down as well. Yeah. And I guess if you were to ask, what's more surprising, Kentucky beating Ole Miss or, Oklahoma beating Auburn, I think we would say Kentucky beating Ole Miss. But, hey, credit to Kentucky. I mean, Kentucky should very well be sitting right now with a 2-1 record in SEC play, with wins against Georgia and Ole Miss. They should have won that game against Georgia. Kiffin to Florida, you think that's already talk in the background? Let's look at other games in the top 25. The game that we are going to watch and talk about tonight, clearly you know which one, Alabama versus Georgia. Kickoff clearly at 6:30, and the game's on ABC. So have me on in the background, put me in your pocket, pull me out whenever you want to hear, stats, scores, all that right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you very much to all of our fan funders. If you want a fan fund, $2.99. We appreciate you. The link is pinned at the top. Other games that we are tracking as they're happening. Texas looks like they're going to move to 5-0 on the season and 1-0 in SEC play in their SEC debut against Mississippi State. You have Stanford and Clemson. That, for whatever reason, that seems interesting to me. I don't know. Clemson seems like Clemson is, they're a top 25 team, top 20 team, whatever. But, we're not. They played Georgia close for a half. They've been playing better football. They played better against NC State. I think, they're a team that, will just kind of float in that top 20 range. I'd be curious to watch them, against Florida State, for example, who, by the way, tonight plays SMU. Does SMU beat Florida State? I don't know if Coach will be rocking whatever he wants to rock. It's his field, right? How about this for game trends? Quay Russo is dressed for the Alabama Crimson Tide. That's being reported by Tony Tsoukalis of Rivals. That is Quay Russo is dressed. Looks like he's good to go for tonight's game against the Georgia Bulldogs. So we'll continue to keep you posted on more injury news. There's a couple guys that were probable going into this game in game time decisions. That was Quay. That was Richard Young. Haven't seen an update on Richard Young, but with Quay Russo being dressed out for this game against Georgia, I think that is certainly good news for Alabama Crimson Tide fans, especially on the defensive side. With that said, there's a lot of position players at that spot. Go ahead, T.
And Jeremiah Alexander are also dressed out.
All right, so there you go. That's from T. And who said that, T?
Tony.
All right, Tony Tsoukalis also says that Richard Young, Jeremiah Alexander, and Quay Russo, maybe we can get a game trends update on that.
Yep.
We'll bring that to the screen. So those are great updates for Alabama. We'll continue to track that as it comes in. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, fam, welcome back. Kyle Henderson at Bama Football on YouTube. We can go to the monitor. We look at the top featured comments. We got Jeff Stapleton. Can you imagine how loud Bryant Denny will be if Ryan splits two defenders in the end zone for a touchdown? Hey, Jeff, I appreciate the comments. And, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you want to make this stadium absolutely rock and roll, you get Ryan Williams on a touchdown in the first quarter of this game. Bryant Boykin in with a comment as well. So here are my thoughts on this game for Alabama. If our defense plays well, we can win. If our secondary plays well, with our secondary, we can – I'm scared for this game. I think when you look to this particular matchup, the secondary, considering that they just haven't been tested, and plus, like, these guys are young. I mean, I can't imagine a scenario where you have both, and there might be one tonight, where you have Xavier Brown and Red Morgan out on the field at the same time. I would imagine that might be the case. Maybe they try to eliminate something like that. But the point is they are going to be tested tonight. It looks like Ryan Williams returning punt returns right here on ABC if you want to go and watch him. He just has it, and that's it. Like, you just have to deal with it. Kurt Downs, a real nobody here. Here's a curveball question, and he was talking about Ty Simpson. We talked about it earlier, and I was thinking about that. I mean, I don't see this game like being like a 42-0 type game. I would imagine if Alabama wins by large margin is like 35-10 or something like that. That seems realistic. And Jarvis S. in with a $5 super chat. And thank you so much, Jarvis. You've been a fan funder for 6 months. Is it Christmas or September 28th? I can't tell the difference. You know, the energy, the economic impact for this city, like, you can certainly feel it. I mean, this city is absolutely booming. It's been really busy since like Tuesday or Wednesday. But the great thing has been, and we're still looking for that photo from Coach Saban. That was probably the best part of the day so far, was seeing Coach Saban back here in Tuscaloosa, where, he still lives, splits time between here and Jupiter, not the planet, but Jupiter, Florida. You get what I'm saying, right? Like, he's like at game day. I would have never thought, like, we'd be seeing him here. Like, this was like far out thinking about it. We knew that College Game Day would already be here. Man, but him and Miss Terry, like, on TV together, like, this is it. Saban is on. Yeah, no, I just saw Chris. He looks great, right? He looks so good. And the thing about Coach Saban is the fact that he's been welcoming Coach Kalen DeBoer in terms of, like, the new look. He even went into the recruiting room and was like, hey, we should have done this when I was here. So I love kind of the positivity, from Coach Saban. Game trends right now, these are fresh. These are hot. These are in. Quay Russo is dressed and out to play against the Georgia Bulldogs. Same thing with Richard Young and Jeremiah Alexander. Now, while these guys are dressed and ready to go, I'm interested to see if we do see them play in this game. I would imagine so. Now, if you're new to this and you don't know who all the players are, Quay Russo is a starting wolf position player, right? Not wolf, like Wolf position player for Alabama, and he started in the first 2 games, and he shares times with Q-Rob and also Keanu Cope. So it looks like he's good to go for tonight, which is great news for the Alabama Crimson Tide. His injury could have been significant. It wasn't, thank goodness, and he's good to go. Richard Young, same thing. He's the 3rd-string running back for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Appreciate it, Kurt Downs, and with another super chat. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And Jeremiah Alexander, who we haven't seen this entire season, will be good to go. So how about that? In-state prospect that we've been really excited to see. We'll get some, at least be on the field tonight. I don't know if he'll get on the field. I would imagine so. So the way that the inside linebackers play, you have Jahad Campbell and Deontay Lawson. Those 2 don't often come off the field, and when they do, you got Justin Jefferson. And then after that, you were going to some freshmen, Justin Okoronkwo, Caden Jones. But now I would imagine that you see Jeremiah Alexander. So these are great updates as we kind of, we have 27 minutes before the game. Just talking about a couple game trends as we keep you guys informed for the news. Tonight, we'll have a running stat board. Don't look at the stats right now. These will be updated as the game goes, but we will keep tabs on Milroe versus Beck tonight. These are just make-believe stats, so call it what you want. I was asking, I'll ask it one more time as we go over the pick 6 on DraftKings. More or less than 200 yards passing for Jalen Milroe. More or less passing for 200 yards, more or less, for Jalen Milroe. As much as I want to say more, I kind of want to say no. And I don't know if I'm thinking because like last year the deep ball wasn't there. It's kind of like seeping into my mind. I think he'll run for. I'm gonna ask you how many yards he's gonna run for here in a second. I don't know if he's going to throw for. It seems like easy money, right? More than 200 yards? You got to think so. Then again, Georgia's secondary, they're good. Jeff Stapleton say more. Okay, you guys making me feel better. I took more, by the way. I'll let you know if it pays out later. Paulette Jones, what's up? Roll Tide to you. Thank you so much for being here. Hope everybody's getting comfy. Game's on ABC. Watch the game. Have me on in the background. Pop in, pop out. We'll have stats, game trends, scoring drives. We have another super chat in that we'll read from Kurt Downs. Thank you so much. Enjoy the game, Kyle. MVP on D. He's going with Jahad Campbell or Keon Sabb. On O, Justice Haynes or Jalen Milroe. He's got it 28-27. If Bama wins, turnovers 31-20. I'm going to go stream the game where Disney doesn't get paid, a real nobody. I appreciate the continued support. We got LG's in with the Ultimate Fan Funder. Yo, thanks for becoming a member of Bama Football on YouTube. If you want to do the same, hit that hyperlink. And one more super chat in from Kurt Downs as well. Thank you so much, man. We continue to appreciate your support. Kyle Henderson at Bama Football on YouTube. How this works is we continue to track the game as it happens. We have live stats, live scores. We talk about the game as it happens with you. The game is still yes, it'll be at 6:30 Central Time. It'll be on ABC. So wherever you can watch the game, watch the game. The line right now, I think, is at I think it's a pick'em. So the game started out 4.5, and then it started to trend down to 3.5 after Georgia and Kentucky, and then it got down to 2, and now it's been shrunken. Look, I continue to see. Go T.
Charlie Potter is saying kickoff is now at 6:49.
6:49 for a kickoff. Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay, so everybody, according to Charlie Potter, who does an amazing job. You know what Charlie Potter is? He's from On3. He works for Bama Online. He is like the Ichiro of team reporters. Literally, base hit after base hit after base hit. He's like the perfect leadoff guy. Seriously, that guy does not. I seen him when I used to go to the media room. I was the first one. I'm the first one everywhere. It's crazy. That's me. I'm first. Yo, that guy. If I wasn't first, he was first, and that says a lot because I will leave you would hate to go to the airport with me. I swear. I'd be like, our flight's at 6 p.m. I'm like, all right, let's get there at 12. I'm serious. I like to be I don't want to be rushed.
He's telling the truth.
I don't want to be rushed. I want to go to the airport. I want to have the bags checked. I want to eat at, like the Chili's or something that they have there.
Airport shops.
Yeah, I want to hit up what are the shops called? The Hudson News?
Yeah, all the news shops.
I want to get a magazine from Hudson News. Health and Wealth with the 411, man. Appreciate you being here, man. Long time no see. Well, thanks for being here. Kimberly, what's going on? I appreciate you being here. Vanna Carter, what's going on? Yeah, I know. See, Jeff, he knows everything. That's why I call him Ichiro, man. The guy is like super on point. Jeremiah Taylor, man, I see you inside the comment box as well. Thank you very much for being here today, right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Oh, here's that photo I was talking about. Thanks, T, for getting it. This is the best photo. Look. No. This still isn't the photo.
Oh.
No, because there's another photo. I might have screenshot it on my phone.
I'll keep looking.
No, the photo, what I'd like you to see is it's of, oh, here it is. I'm going to send it to you, T.
Okay.
I just airdropped it to you. Let me know if you received that. Did you get the airdrop? What is the airdrop?
It's
what I'm saying?
super fast. I love it.
What see, I don't get is how does the photo get onto your phone, and then how can you send that? You know what I'm saying? I'll never understand things like this. I'm watching Clemson and Stanford. It is 7-0 to Clemson. All right, thanks, Jeff, for the updated. Linda, yeah, I am dedicated in every single way. Now, this photo is great right here, and look at Miss Terry. My goodness, look, she's being a mother, and she's trying to save Pat McAfee, who's on stage. See, Lee Corso's kind of pulled back. Kirk Herbstreit's having fun. Coach Saban's having a good time. Reese and Desmond to your left, and but this next photo coming back is even better.
Send it one more time.
See, okay, I'm sending it to you again. How about now? You got it that time? Okay. All right. See, because the other photo, what I'd like to demonstrate is the fact that Miss Terry and Coach Saban, they're embracing. I'm serious. It's if this photo doesn't move you, then you must not want to be married. Yeah, which is fine. Yeah. Kalen's up in the house with the super chat. Love y'all. Helps understanding the process and trust. Saban stuff. Roll Tide. I'm early too. Pre-planners. Yes, you got to. You got to pre-plan. So what we are waiting for, fam, is the game has been moved to 6:49. I would imagine just because. Look, I don't even know if they've said why, but I would imagine it's because of, they had to do a lot of things at Bryant-Denny Stadium because of the security, right? With Trump coming in, they actually opened the gates today at 4 o'clock Central Time, 4 p.m.
They shut down airspace over Tuscaloosa at 4 as well.
Airspace was shut down as well. Yeah, and T's going to get that other photo up. Here are some other games that are taking place right now. Texas, at one point in this game, even as you can see, Texas, Mississippi, this game was 14-6 at the halftime break. And then you have Texas, who has tacked on 2 touchdowns to go up 35-13. They will move to 5-0 after this game. Stanford and Clemson, that game, it's still weird for me to see that it is an ACC game. Oh yeah, and the game time is certainly delayed because of the security, because of Trump, right? This is a thing that's happening, and they opened the gates at 4 p.m. so people could get in and go through Secret Service. So I was told by somebody who works at the university today that there was 1,100 Secret Service members at the stadium that were working, and they have to. So I remember, because I've gone to 2 games where Trump is gone, and the Secret Service would go through our backpacks. they would open up like your bag, like, you know, you've gone through and they kind of like look through your bag and they're like, okay, good to go. No, they would open it up and like go through all your stuff. Yeah. Like, you know, it was the whole thing. I get it. There's been terrible things that have happened. So I would imagine that's why they're delaying the game. It was originally I thought it was starting at 6. And now it's at 6:30 and now it's at 6:49. So I appreciate you guys hanging out on the pre-show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. T, will you have that graphic? Okay. All right, here we go. Full screen. This is it. Look at this. Yeah.
He looks genuinely happy.
He does. Look at him. Hand in hand. Pat McAfee, right? The son Coach Saban always wanted.
He's like their unruly kid.
And you have Big Al's head on Corso. Look, this is like everything in the world is right. Reese Davis is like your perfect, you know.
The good son.
Yeah, he's the good. Yes. He's the good son, and Pat McAfee is the bad son, right? This is like would be like Step Brothers, and then you have Big Al over, which would be obviously their pet. You know, if this was a movie, right? I'm not sure what you.
That's their golden retriever.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly, right? Who would it be? Lee Corso. Not to make fun of Corso, but you know that's
sure.
who's wearing the hat. But this is the best photo that we've seen so far this year.
It's really sweet.
I'm moving this up to number 1 in the picture rankings. I don't know. It would be number 2. There might be.
What about the one of McAfee feeding Saban the tomahawk?
Oh
steak?
yeah. Can we find that one too?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we do a little montage. Maybe we do some rankings of the photos, you know, throughout the season. I wouldn't imagine that nothing tops this photo. I mean, it's in Tuscaloosa. It's Miss Terry. It's Big Al. It's Alabama, Georgia. This is it.
I got it.
You're seeing the best photo of the year so far. So I don't know. Are there any other great photos that you've seen out there? I don't know. But this one, you know, kind of hits the heart. Reese Davis is like perfectly, right? He has his tie on. We had an interview from him recently. T went and got it.
Yep.
It was great. He said that this is not Coach Kalen DeBoer's first rodeo. I like that quote. He said that the pressure is on Georgia. And as I hear a lot of people talk about this game, I think they're saying the pressure is on Georgia, right? Georgia's won their last 33 out of 34 games, right? Something like that. And you start to wonder, like, if they can't beat Alabama, is it an Alabama thing? I know a lot of analysts have been saying that. I don't know. Maybe it's a Jalen Milroe thing. I mean, if you don't beat Jalen Milroe again. And let me ask you this, Undefeated. Who thinks that these teams will play again this season? I do. Now with Ole Miss, I think because you have Texas who still plays, there's still a lot of football left, I guess, to determine the SEC title game where to even start talking about like 1 and 2. But Texas has a pretty easy path. With that said, they do host Georgia. Georgia goes on the road to Ole Miss and Texas after Alabama, not consecutively, but you get what I'm saying, during the season. And Alabama has a tough back-end schedule too. I mean, whoever gets to 1 and 2 in the SEC, credit to you. I mean, those are automatic bids into the playoffs. Clearly, the champion clearly because they get a bye, and then the other one, of course, they would be into the playoffs as well. Game is moved to 6:49. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. TD, we have that other photo loaded.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
There's 2 versions of it. They're kind of blurry because they were small.
Okay, so here's another screenshot from ESPN. This is Pat McAfee giving Coach. That was a tomahawk, right?
Steak,
yeah. So a tomahawk. What does a tomahawk run?
Oh, they're expensive,
right?
Like I'd say, upwards of $100.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I saw. I don't know. For those of you that have been to Tuscaloosa or that have been here, I don't know if you've been to Mark's Mart. It's a place where you can get meat. T, you know where this is at, right? Downtown Northport. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I saw them having a piece of Wagyu beef there.
Oh, yeah.
And I honestly think it was like, I want to say $190.
Yeah, they can be.
So a tomahawk, and clearly, this is probably the top of tomahawks. Is this our number 2 photo of the year so far?
That's just the one that came to mind for me. You guys list your picks.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't get much better than this right here.
There's 2 versions of it. I don't know if you
The thing
noticed
that I love too are these guys together singing songs. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
When they sing Wagon Wheel. And I said on Instagram that they should they should go around and they should do like a concert.
Yeah.
McAfee and Saban, nothing big, but they could go to like Bama Theater, hear Pat McAfee and Saban sing Wagon Wheel. They were singing a ton of songs. Love it. What, Jeff? You have a Mark Smart in Selma? Are you serious? I thought Mark Smart was here, just like a local hole in the wall. Man, their barbecue is amazing. Mark Smart definitely has a ton of options. It's basically like this hot fridge that you go into, you pull it out, you eat it, whatever. Appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Game is at 6:49. I'll be right back. We continue to look at the game trends and more as we preview this game between Alabama and Georgia. Be back in 2 minutes right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube as we continue to get you ready for this upcoming game between Alabama and Georgia. Appreciate you guys being here. Luke with a super chat. He says Alabama will be eating the dogs and Trump will talk about it at his next rally. I did see there was a bunch of signs that I saw today. I went down to the quad earlier. My buddies had a tailgate. The tailgate consisted of three. It wasn't this elaborate tailgate. It was 3 guys, and then people circulated in it. It wasn't like these big ones that are elaborate. They're all great, whatever tailgate you go to, whatever. But there were signs that said, and it was Trump, and he was like pointing, and he was like, they're eating the dogs, and it had like an Alabama logo on it. So there, and I saw not one, a bunch, and also to tell you the truth, there's a lot of Trump merchandise available around the stadium. So, for example, like if you've ever been to campus, you know where the Starbucks is. What is it? The soup store, right? Yes. All right. So the soup store, the Ferg, right? The Ferg, okay. So the Ferg, it's basically like a Trump apparel, like RV, and they're out there selling it. So those are the things that you see when you're coming into Tuscaloosa. But Luke, I appreciate the super chat, man. That's absolutely hilarious, dude. Thank you very much for supporting the product right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And so the game is at 6:49. I don't know why it's been changed. I'm assuming it's because Trump is coming in. We'll keep you posted, if it changes again. I asked about 200 yards for Jalen Milroe passing. How about this one? For Pick 6 on DraftKings, has this for a question. Jam Miller, more or less than 53 yards rushing. That seems like the easiest pick that we've had so far. Jam Miller, more or less than 63 yards rushing. I mean, you gotta think absolutely more, right? But how about this one? I'm about to ask you another one. So yes, definitely more than 53 yards rushing for Jam Miller. That's too easy, right? Yes? More? Yeah, of course. More, yep. Chris with the double dip. More. Kerry Collins says more. How about this one? Justice Haynes, more or less than 31 yards rushing.
This is stressing me out.
More or less than 31. No, I'm serious.
I know, but seeing everyone's opinion stresses me out. Because I'm like,
I know, because you put money down on the table. More or less than 31 yards for Justice Haynes. I think more for Justice Haynes. Here's my reasoning. Justice Haynes only had 2 carries against Wisconsin. All right. Light work, whatever. He caught a couple passes. I think he caught like 3 passes. Small change. I think they'll utilize him today not because they didn't utilize him last game. I just think he's going to fit into the game plan, and I think Alabama has to be able to run the football with each of the running backs to be able to beat Georgia. And I think they'll be able to do that, and I think you'll see some sustaining drives today against the Bulldogs. Also, I think probably because Justice Haynes, he's from Georgia, and, you have an opportunity to go against the Bulldogs. Plus, I think this is the thing, Roman, that you brought up a really good topic. Kendrick Law. How about this one? Does Kendrick Law catch for more or less than 3 passes today? More or less than 3 passes today. Kendrick Law. What you think, T? More or less for Kendrick Law, 3 passes.
I think 3. I don't like this more or less. I want to pick 3.
All right. More or less for Kendrick. I'm going to say, I don't know. I think I might go less. Now, with that said, he might catch 2. Here's my prediction for Kendrick Law tonight. 2 passes, 42 yards, and a jet sweep for 15. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's almost it'd be like almost 60 yards or whatever that came to in 3 touches. You see what I'm saying? Now, it's not Alabama's fault that they have so much talent and they have so much big playability. Like, you can't tell the guys to run out of bounds, right? It's like, and you take touchdowns over first downs. But I think maybe we see a little bit more of Kendrick Law tonight. We'll see what happens. Game kicks off at 6:49. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for being here on Bama Football on YouTube and joining us right here on Bama Football on YouTube as we continue to do the watch-alongs with you guys. And we will continue to highlight the comments and the super chats that come in. As the game continues to happen, what we will continue to do is showcase the super chats on the board, and we'll continue to talk about the game and the game trends as they happen. And right now, the game trends before we kick off, the good news for Alabama is the fact that Quay Russo is dressed out. So is Richard Young. So is Jeremiah Alexander. These were 3 players that we are curious to see, were these guys going to be healthy? I didn't see an update on Cole Adams. I'm sure we would have heard if he was dressed and ready to go, which would mean if he doesn't play tonight, then you have, either Ryan Williams returning punts or Jalen Mbakwe. I think in big-time games, you need your best players. Like, with big play ability to be able to come out and return punts. Right now, what we're watching on the TV, the game is on ABC, by the way. The teams are in the locker room getting ready to head out. Coach Kalen DeBoer about to lead the Crimson Tide out, and then you have Kirby Smart about to lead the team out as well. And we're getting close to kickoff here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. It's finally that time. Alabama versus Georgia. We got it next right here on Bama Football on YouTube on our watch along. Be back in 2 seconds. Let's get it going. Give me a roll tide. Here we go. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. We are getting closer to this game between Alabama and Georgia. I appreciate you guys being here. This is the Roll Tide watch along right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Fromm has been a member for 8 months. Man, yeah, it's absolutely showtime. 100 million %. And Lucan with another $2 super chat. A little two-pointer from under the baseline. He says, Ugga, Alabama mouth with Vandy trophy case. Appreciate you being here, man. Luke's been a long time, fan of the channel. It's coming in from Weaver. Here's the coin toss, and looks like Georgia has won the toss, and they have deferred, and Alabama will start on offense. Okay. I don't know if Trump has showed up. I'm sure they'll do a cut screen to him when Trump does show up at the game. I think we have a picture of his box. Do we have a picture of his box, T? All right, here's the show sponsors. Alabama will start with the football game to kick off momentarily. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. We'll continue to roll through the stats, the top photos from the game as they happen. This was this is the suite that he's in. This was last year. This is what it looked like. I mean, I would imagine it looks like this again. This was the last time they were there, which was in, 2000 and, was it 19? Yeah,
I'm assuming it's probably the same one.
Yeah. So we'll keep you guys posted as news comes in, photos, whatnot from around the game. But Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. We're about to get going right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So Alabama will get the ball first, and, we'll see what they can do on offense. It's always important to start so fast in these type of games. I'm curious to see how Georgia plays Jalen Milroe round 2. This is the second consecutive year that these two teams have met. Jalen Milroe didn't have the best performance throwing the football in the SEC championship game. I'm curious to see the play design, what can happen in this type of game. It feels the energy. I mean, even covering this game feels like a national championship. It really does. So Alabama set to return, and we'll get it going here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We're about 1 second away from kick. All right, here we go. Georgia's kicker, Woodring, he's 6 of 6 on the season. He's hit 2 kicks from 50 yards out. So away we go in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Alabama's going to return it at the 5-yard line. Looks like Kendrick Law is going to make a cut up field, gets a nice little return, and Alabama will start, let's say, at the 34-yard line. Here comes the Crimson Tide, and away we go in beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Here comes Heisman hopeful Jalen Milroe, 67% completing, 8 touchdowns thrown this year, no interceptions, and he also has 6 rushing touchdowns, 746 yards of passing or total yardage this year for actually a redshirt junior. Yeah, if Jalen Milroe really wanted to, he could come back. I'm sure that would be terrifying to the world of college football. Jalen Milroe with 2 wide receivers at the top of your screen. You got a man in motion. Looks like that is Ryan Williams. Jalen Milroe will take the snap from Parker Brailsford. And away we go. Jalen Milroe, first play will be a throw, and that's complete to Ryan Williams, who gets an 8-yard gain. Love it. Here we go. Here we go, fam. Appreciate you guys being here. That is the first completion to freshman Ryan Williams. Yo, 17 years old. He catches the first pass of the game. It is amazing to see. All right, Jalen Milroe with running back in the backfield. It looks like that is Justice Haynes. It's going to be a little RPO. It's a high pass. There's a penalty on the field. I don't know what that is going to be. It was completed to a receiver, but there's a flag on the play. It's going to be a false start on the Alabama Crimson Tide. Now, this team had a lot of penalties in the first 2 games. We didn't see a large amount of penalties against Wisconsin, but it looks like they're going to call that penalty on. Did they call it on one of the receivers up top? I don't know what was happening. They look like they're in that set where they have a tight end in the backfield. I don't know. I missed who that penalty was on. But it is going to be a first down and 25 for the Crimson Tide. And you can't have these type of penalties in a game of this magnitude, right? You can't have like 14, 15, 20 penalties in a game like this. Games like that where you have 15 type penalties, you don't win the game, right? 3rd and 3 for the Crimson Tide. Sorry, my mistake. 14:21 left in the first quarter. You have Justice Haynes in the backfield with Jalen Milroe. Eliza Pritchett starting at the right tackle position. You have 2 wide receivers up to the top of your screen. Man in motion. That is going to be Jeremy Bernard. Jalen Milroe is going to take the snap. He's got good protection. He's going to step up and he's going to run. And now it's going to be 3rd down. They were messing up on the TV. So there was 3rd and 3, then they made it 2nd and 7. Now it's 3rd down for the Crimson Tide. You think they get a first down right here? They got to, right? That didn't look like bad protection. Maybe good coverage, but that looked like pretty good protection for Jalen Milroe, and it looked like he had a clean pocket. Here we go. It is 3rd and 7 for the Crimson Tide. So you're going to have a free play here. And that is incomplete, but I think there's a flag on the play, which would give Alabama a first down. Let's see what this penalty would be. Yes. So it's going to be offside on the Georgia Bulldogs. 13:42 in the first quarter. So you have a penalty on each of the teams. You see that throw, and they got to Jalen Milroe. They certainly did. Man, they put him right in the dirt. Oof. Got to keep him clean. He's already got some turf in the helmet. 3rd and 2 for the Crimson Tide. 2 wide receivers up to the top of your screen. Jalen Milroe, short little throw across the middle of the field. It's complete. I don't know if it'll be enough for the first down. It was complete to Jeremy Bernard across the middle. Might be like a 4th and 1, if anything. Now they're going to move the chains. That's a first down. Nice little pass across the middle of the field to Jeremy Bernard. It looked like he caught it across the first down marker and then got hit. So that's a first down. Appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. This is Alabama's first drive of the game. 3 wide receivers down to the bottom. You got C.J. Dupree up top. You have a little, I guess you can call that a jet sweep to Jeremy Bernard, who's going to pick up the first down. See, I like plays like that. You know, you have a play where you're a little bit creative and utilizing your wide receivers, and you pick up another first down like that in Alabama moving the chains. Bring up a stat broadcast as well so you guys can get And we update the stats, during the game with our stat markers and, things that are catching our eye. Alabama with another first down. Jalen Milroe back to pass. He goes downfield, and he is going to have a complete wide receiver, and that is Emmanuel Henderson coming up with a nice gain for the Crimson Tide. Man, it's good to see Emmanuel Henderson getting some love. And Jalen Milroe, you saw him with the short intermediate pass, and then you see him going downfield to Emmanuel Henderson for a really nice gain, and that's moving the chains. And Alabama is just moving right down the field. Here comes Jam Miller, and there's going to be another penalty. Man, this is a nice drive that Alabama is building up. Is currently at 6 plays on this drive. Yo, it's good to see Emmanuel Henderson, right? That was a nice ball, nice catch. You got another penalty that was on, looks like Elijah Pritchett. Man, Alabama puts points on the board right here. That'd be huge. Now it's a 1st and 20 after I think that was a holding call. We're uploading, we have Hugh Freeze's press conference too. Jalen Milroe with 5 wide receivers. Jalen Milroe back to pass, eludes a defender. He's going to fake out everybody on Georgia and pick up, 16 yards before bearing out. See, that's the thing. I mean, you have 5 wide. He evaded a defender, got up to the sideline, picks up 16 yards. I mean, that's him. He is that guy. There's few that can do it, like Jalen Milroe. That's what makes him so dangerous. On this drive, he is 3 of 3 passing for 44 yards. He has 2 rushes for 16 yards. So Jalen Milroe getting it rolling for Alabama's offense is at 6-play, 61-yard drive right now. Alabama absolutely taking it to Georgia, and they have another 5 wide. They do have 2 tight end sets that they have moved to the bottom of your screen. That is C.J. Dupree and Robbie Oots. Jalen Milroe is going to pick up, 7, 8, and it's another first down. Alabama at the 2-yard line. Yo, fam, okay, they haven't scored yet. On a scale of 1 to 10, grade this drive. 10 being outstanding. I mean, this is the first drive of the game. Yo, Nick Sheridan did a good job scripting this. Like, I like what I'm seeing. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see how it ends, right? If they score, maybe that's a 9 out of 10. There's been a couple penalties that I don't like to see. And that's another penalty.
Is going to ask, is this going to be a high penalty game?
Oh, my God. There's been, how many, what has there been, 4 penalties on this drive? Let's see. Yeah. That's the 4th penalty. That's another false start on Alabama. Man, this team gets a lot of penalties. That's the one thing. When the penalties start rolling for Alabama, they start rolling. There was another penalty on a wide receiver. That was on Ryan Williams on the outside. Wasn't set. And Jamarcus Shepard gets his headset and smashes it into the ground. Did you see that? Man, that is a first quarter headset slam. 5 wide. That takes away what would have been a touchdown. Let's see what Jalen Milroe can do. There's 5 wide. And Jalen Milroe, this is a designed quarterback run. And it's Jalen Milroe into the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama Crimson Tide. Jalen Milroe with a 7-yard touchdown run. The scoring drive, 8 plays, 70 yards. All right, capped off by a Jalen Milroe. Yo, you are watching the best player in college football right in front of your face. This is him. Like, this is it. Jalen Milroe on this drive, fam. 3 of 3, 44 yards. He has 4 rushes for another 30 yards. He has 74 yards in the opening drive of this game and a touchdown. 3 of 3, 44 yards passing. A longest, Emmanuel Henderson for 34 yards. And he has a touchdown run right here. Yo, Jalen Milroe is him. My goodness. Yo, I'm going to say that was a 10 out of 10. No, because the penalties. It can't be a 10 out of 10. I'm going to say 8 out of 10. Because the penalties, you got to clean those up. I mean, the penalty did take away Justice Haynes' touchdown, right? But Jalen Milroe comes back in, Alabama leading 7-0. What I liked on that drive, you saw a jet sweep You saw some designed quarterback runs. You saw Jalen Milroe evade a defender and pick up a 16-yard run, right? And you saw Jalen Milroe on a designed keeper get into the end zone. Yo, game trends, T. Jalen Milroe, 74 yards of offense and a rushing touchdown on the opening drive of the game. Penalties, that'll piss you off. Alabama's already been penalized 3 times for 20 yards. Got to clean up the penalties. And the scoreboard should update at the bottom of your screen momentarily. Alabama leading right now 7-0 with 10 minutes in this game. The Crimson Tide leading the Georgia Bulldogs by a score of 7-0. We'll be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. Amazing opening drive by the Crimson Tide. This is going to be hard for Georgia to stop. Seriously. For anybody out there in college football, this is it. Like, have fun dealing with this offense. All right? 7-0, Alabama leading Georgia. Be right back. Fam, what's up? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. That was an 8-play scoring drive, 70 yards, 4 minutes and 43 seconds, capped off by a Jalen Milroe touchdown run. I liked a lot of things about that drive. What I like specifically, I like the jet sweep. I like the big play from Jalen Milroe to Emmanuel Henderson. They go to Ryan Williams, first play of the game. They got to clean up the penalties. Already 3 penalties for 20 yards in this game. I mean, if they have 8 drives in this game, and 8 times 3 is 24 penalties. I mean, I don't know. Curtis Downs in with another super chat, man. Curtis is going to need a massage after this game, man. He's carrying this show, by himself. I appreciate it. No, there's been people who've chipped in. Yeah, Curtis, and we'll show the super chat leaderboard. Good luck dealing with that Georgia defense. Here comes Georgia on the returning kickoff, and this will be Carson Beck leading on the Georgia Bulldogs. We'll update that super chat board in just a second. I appreciate you guys. Female Franco, what's up? Appreciate you being here. Carson Beck, 68% completion percentage this year, 680 yards, 7 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. This is going to be the first test for Alabama's defensive secondary. Can't wait to see it. And I've said this all along. A team that is able to go toe-to-toe with Alabama is going to have to be an offense that can score rapidly to keep up with these guys, because I just don't think that this offense, it's going to be too hard to stop them every single drive. Carson Beck has 2 wide receivers to the top, to the bottom, and a running back in the back. I imagine that's ATN. Alabama doesn't send pressure, and that's exactly what is going to happen. Is you're able to Carson Beck he's accurate. You throw right to Dominic Lovett for a 15-yard game. That was too easy. I don't like anything about that. They have 4 down linemen and no pressure on that. So good pickup by Georgia's offensive line, and Carson Beck throws a dime right to Dominic Lovett, and it's for 15 yards. All right, so you got 3 wide receivers in this particular set for Carson Beck. Likes to throw the football a ton, 680 yards on the year, and he's back to pass again, no pressure. He goes deep to Xavier Brown, who was beat. The guy was beat again. He was. The receiver couldn't come down with the ball. But this is it. They challenged Xavier Brown up top, their wide receiver. All right, they had the matchup. The guy was beat, It was 11. The guy can't come up with the reception. That is not going to fly. You got to tighten that up. We knew that was going to happen. You survive, right? Christine, I'm sure you could find the game where it's actually being streamed. We don't stream it here for copyright purposes, but if you have ESPN or ABC, you can watch it on ABC. This is the watch along. I appreciate you asking. Another little dump off to Georgia's wide receiver, and they moved the ball a little bit. Players acting like there could be a fumble. I didn't see it. Georgia retains possession. It'll be a 3rd and 6. Hey, Lex, what's up? See you inside the comment box. So, Lab Box, what's up? Jamal, what's going on? I appreciate you. Man, you got to tighten up. You cannot. I didn't see a fumble in there. Did you? Oh, yeah, the ball does come out. Looks like ETN did fumble the ball. It's a 3rd and 6 either way for Georgia. Yeah, you got absolutely fortunate right there for sure. 3rd and 6 for Georgia. I guess they're taking a look at this ball. Looks like the ball comes out 100%. Tim Smith looks like it just fell into his lap. And they're reviewing this play. I don't know who came up with the football, but that's a fumble 1,000,000,000,000%. Georgia got on top of it though. So I don't know what we're, it's a fumble for sure. Georgia, that's a fumble, 100%. Oh, Keith, it's all good, man. Yeah, sometimes it's weird. Like, sometimes we're behind, sometimes we're ahead. Sometimes when you watch the game, whatever streaming service you're on, they're all different. So some people have said Hulu. And the reason I know that is because we have Hulu, cable. I got cable. Like, fam, I'm dealing with how bad I wanted this. This is how bad. I'm with Comcast again. That's bad. I have Comcast again, okay? And so, yeah, that's bad. That's like, you're going back around the batting order. All right, here comes Georgia. It is going to be 3rd and 6 for the Bulldogs. 7-0, the Crimson Tide lead. You have 9 minutes in this game remaining in the first quarter. Alabama scored on their first play. And here comes Carson Beck. He has 3 wide receivers to the top. Trips right, running back in the backfield. Carson Beck back to pass. Still, I didn't see pressure. It is going to be a Georgia penalty. And that's going to be, I believe, offensive pass interference. Looks like Dom Lovett. So the receiver for Alabama, who's Dom Lovett, but let's call him wide receiver number 1. Yes, Chris is saying it's on ABC, which it is. Dom Lovett is going against Devontae Smith. Dom Lovett pushes Devontae Smith to the ground, and then he comes back and he makes the catch. Offensive pass interference. You don't see that too much. That's what it was. That was the call. And offensive pass interference, which is going to make this a 3rd and 1 for the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia has been penalized 2 times for 20 yards. Alabama has been penalized 3 times for 20 yards. Carson Beck facing a 3rd and 21. Alabama, everybody's back 15 yards or so. Here comes Carson Beck. No pressure on him. Carson Beck throws it, and it is going to be incomplete. It was intended for number 8 against Amani Jackson, and Georgia will be forced to punt. So what I learned on that series, Georgia wants to attack Alabama deep. They had Xavier Brown beat. The wide receiver dropped the pass. There was a penalty on Georgia. And sometimes you can be like, was that a penalty? That was 1,000,000% a penalty. Literally, Dom Lovett shoved down Devontae Smith to catch the football. I get it. If the 2 players are going for it, you let it slide. He literally pushed him down. It is Ryan Williams returning a punt. His knee touches the turf, and Alabama will start, let's say, at their own 17. But you do have Ryan Williams returning punts. 7-0. Let's see what Alabama does in its second drive. Now, what we saw in the first drive was Jalen Milroe doing pretty much whatever he wanted to do. And that was, we'll look at the game trends. I mean, Jalen Milroe, OT, and you could stack those like the newest to latest. So you put that Jalen Milroe one on top. But Jalen Milroe in this game already was 74 yards. I mean, you look at this bottom bullet point, 74 yards of offense and a touchdown on the opening drive. I mean, that's how dangerous Jalen Milroe was. And when you look at the statistical performance of Jalen Milroe early on in this game in his opening drive, he's 3 of 3 passing, threw a little dump off to Jeremy Bernard for 2 yards, hit Ryan Williams on a slant on a hitch route for 8 yards, and then connects downfield with Emmanuel Henderson for 34 yards, and then he also has 30 yards rushing. The kid has 74 yards in his opening drive against the Georgia Bulldogs, right? Like, look, no disrespect to like Virginia Tech or whoever else, but like when you start to look at like Heisman and how the players are doing, you want to see how they're performing on a weekly basis. But who are they also playing and what league are they in? Like, this is Georgia's defense. This is Kirby Smart. Like, they are built on defense, and for Jalen Milroe to have 74 yards already in this game, you knew he was going to be the biggest X factor. And the biggest thing that Georgia was going to have to deal with, they didn't have an answer for him on that first drive. And if you're a Georgia fan right now, I guarantee you, if we were to go to the headlines, which I will do, UGA, let's see what the headlines say on Dogs HQ in terms of just the headlines, because I promise you, they're already freaking out about Jalen Milroe. Let's see. Contain Milroe. That's the number one topic, right? And then, wow, Auburn choke. That's another one that's popular. So, look, I mean, we already know this. Jalen Milroe is the guy to stop. Can you stop him? I don't know. There hasn't been anyone to do this in college football yet. He scored 5 touchdowns in an opener. He scored 5 touchdowns against Wisconsin. He has 14 touchdowns on the year. And in this game, he already has 74 yards. So, good luck stopping Jalen Milroe. We'll be right back on Bama Football on YouTube. Alabama about to start with its second offensive possession. All right, fam, we're back. This is Alabama's second drive. Kirby Smart already pissed off. Defense already stressing. I'd be stressed too if you're dealing with. He looked worried. Kirby Smart looks worried. All right, here comes Alabama. 2 wide receivers on the bottom. You got Kendrick Law, who's motioning up to the top of the TV, and you're giving it up to Justice Haynes. Justice Haynes, the outside, cuts it up in the middle of the field, and he gets a gain of, 23 yards for Justice Haynes, who's originally from GA. Yo, Alabama's offense, 2 drives so far, 108 yards of offense. Yo, this team is a buzzsaw, and they have so many weapons, right? So many weapons. Like, they're ultra talented. Say what you want about Kendrick Law and however you utilize him. This guy's making blocks downfield. Critical part of Alabama's offense, stock block. You have Jalen Milroe back in shotgun, connects with Ryan Williams for, 19 yards. Alabama's moved. Yo, this team is a buzzsaw on offense. This is crazy. Man, Ryan Williams, look here. Boom, skip, find your spot, end zone. You're good to go. Ryan Williams already 29 yards in this game receiving. Here comes the pressure towards Milroe. Milroe dumps it off to Kendrick Law. Here's Kendrick Law. He's got a pass reception. Remember, we set the total at 3. He picks up 19 yards. Jalen Milroe, 5 of 5, 84 yards. Man, yo, Kendrick Law, we found him. Yo, we were looking for him. Here comes Kendrick Law. Yo, Ryan Williams has 2 receptions. Emmanuel Henderson has 1 for 34. Kendrick Law has 1 for 19. Yo, if you're out there in the world of college football and you're watching this Alabama football team, what are you saying? Seriously, are you worried? Yo, this team, this offense, this is the best football that they have played so far to this point. And it's only 2 drives. Get some. Justice Haynes puts his head down. Man, Justice Haynes is ready to eat. Haven't really seen too much of Jam Miller. It's been more Justice Haynes kind of getting the workload. Alabama 7, Georgia 0. Alabama already inside red zone territory. This drive, 5 plays, 68 yards. This is some really high-level football. So if you're an Alabama football fan, it doesn't get much better than what you're watching right now. Specifically, I mean, on both sides of the ball. You have 2 guards pulling, and you have Jalen Milroe on another designed quarterback run. That one's going to go for, 3 yards. Milroe has 5 rushes for 33 yards in this game. Man, Myron, you're right, man. This offense, there's so many weapons. Like, it's unbelievable the arsenal that Alabama has. This is, if you're an Alabama fan, like, I guarantee you Bryant-Denny Stadium is erupting. This is great execution. This is high-level football. You play like this, I don't know if there's a team that beats you.
Milroe's 84 to Beck's 19.
Here you go. You got Jalen Milroe. He's going to connect on the same play that he found in the SEC title game to Jam Miller for a touchdown. It's a 16-yard touchdown. Jalen Milroe throws a touchdown. Jalen Milroe is 6 of 6 for 100 yards, and that is a touchdown pass to Jam Miller. Alabama goes up 14-0. It was a 6-play, 84-yard drive for 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Graham Nicholson, the kick is good, and Alabama's leading 14-0 in the first quarter of this game. Could I get a roll tide from you guys inside the comment box? Damn, this is a buzzsaw. This game could get absolutely out of control. Georgia has to do something right now. Right now. This is like coming out, and this is great football. There was no penalties on this play. Look, I'm going to tell you something. Put this on the game trends. In 2 drives, Alabama has 169 yards of offense, okay? Jalen Milroe, okay? For all those of you that have slept on him and said this and that, go back and check all my receipts, right? We might have to put the Jalen Milroe hoodie on. Maybe we'll do a halftime wardrobe change. This guy is 6 of 6, 100 yards. He has a touchdown pass. He's rushed 5 times for 33 yards, and he has a rushing touchdown. Justice Haynes, 2 rushes, 25 yards. Ryan Williams has 29 yards receiving. Emmanuel Henderson has 34. Kendrick Law has 19. Jam Miller has 16. Everybody's getting fed. Yo, this is crazy. Alabama has 169 yards of offense in 2 drives to Georgia's 19. Yo, this is absolute, look. This is really, that was, what we're watching right now, this is the best team in college football. The way that they're playing right now, this is the best team in college football. This is the number 1 team. I haven't voted Alabama as the number 1 team. I've had them floating around in the top 5, right? Well, who else are you going to put? This is the number 1 team in football. The way that they are playing right now at this point in time, now, it's a long way to go. But, the way that this team is playing, this is the best team in college football. They are way better than last year. They beat last year's team the way that they're beating Georgia right now. Jalen Milroe is playing on absolute fire. Right? Do you guys agree with me? If you think that this is the way that they're playing right now, do you think that this is the number 1 team in the country? Type of 1 inside the comment box. We got some super chats coming in. Kurt Downs. We'll update the super chat leaderboard. Appreciate it. And Roadware in with the 199 super chat as well. Type 1 if you think that this team is the number 1 team in the country right now, based off how they're playing. I'm going to say absolutely 1. And we saw Kendrick Law. This is like Christmas. These are all our holidays on 1. Look see the ones coming in. And it's early. But I think my point in saying that is they haven't looked like the number 1 team. They haven't looked like, we've seen offenses, drives here or there, but these first 2 drives they were very consistent. They were very dominating. And if you're Georgia, you're freaking out. You're like, Yeah, Texas looks good for sure, and I get it. They don't have Quinn right now, but I think based off, from what we've seen right now, I mean, this team is cooking. The way that they're playing right now, they're absolutely cooking. So I'm looking at the Georgia board. I don't really see too much going on right now. They have kind of like their main board thread, but man, Alabama's absolutely cooking Georgia up right now in this game as Alabama leads by a score of 14-0. Now, when we look at the win probability is at 88% right now. That's what we're at. We'll take a short commercial break. We'll leave it up at this win probability, and we'll come right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. But a win probability right now of 88. I know the game just started, but still, the stats are fun to look at. Be right back in 2 seconds. All right, we're back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Buck's like, where's Adam? Yo, because Adam has been hard on Jalen Milroe. He's one of the guys who hasn't been a believer. I've been trying to and you guys know, I've been trying to tell people. I mean, the way that he's playing, man, this is it. Now, of course, you have to maintain that consistency. There's a long way to go. But it's time, you give people their flowers when they're performing well. What we've seen in 2 drives is it. There's a long way to go. The game just started. 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Here comes Georgia. This is their second possession. Carson Beck rolling out. Again, they're going to attack Alabama. It was nearly intercepted by Alabama freshman Xavier Brown. Right place, right time. Now, Georgia hasn't had a lot of plays. Carson Beck, he's thrown the football 5 times. I haven't seen pressure. Now, of course, there's different points of pressure and different times to send it, but I haven't seen, Alabama kind of, send any type of blitz packages towards Carson Beck just yet. Now, again, he's just thrown the ball 5 times. Let's see how the game develops. But, pressure was a key point in this game. ETN tries to run the ball. He's going absolutely nowhere. And it's going to be a 3rd down for the Crimson Tide. I'm sorry, for the Bulldogs. Now, they're missing Tate Ratledge, who's our starting right guard. Does that matter? Yeah, I think that plays a role in this game. But it's not like Tate Ratledge plays on offense, on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, you're never going to stop Alabama's offense. All right, Carson Beck. Back to pass. C. Mitchell, I see you inside the comment box. Here comes the blitz. It's going to be intercepted. Where's the turnover chain? By Damani Jackson. All right. We got look, here comes the turnover chain. You got the chain on. And Damani Jackson gets the interception. And that's his first interception of the season. Coming off pressure. Look, this place is crazy. Look, you feel the earthquake, right? It's shaking. Look at the screen. That's an earthquake from Bryant-Denny Stadium. After Damani Jackson has intercepted Carson Beck, the number 1, number 2 pick. You got the turnover chain on as pressure comes. Carson Beck throws it right to Damani Jackson, who's been doing a great job at the corner position, gets to prove it, comes up with the ball, and Alabama is absolutely on fire. Look, I don't know what's going to happen, but if Alabama scores right here, have you ever played the game, right? What happens when you score 21 points, when it's 21-0? You hand over the sticks. So Jalen Milroe connects with Jeremy Bernard. That's going to be a gain of, 6 yards, and Alabama is moving. Yo, this is crazy. This is your early Christmas. You have all been good fans for supporting Coach Kalen DeBoer. Look, what are they going to do? Coach Kalen DeBoer is going to go to superstar status. You beat Georgia like this? Right? I mean, does he get like a mini little plaque or something like that? First time, beating the what out of Georgia? Right. This is his first SEC game. All right, keeper by Jalen Milroe. Here goes Jalen Milroe. He's going into four-wheel drive, and he gets up the field, and it's going to be a 9-yard carry for Milroe. Another first down. Yo, man. Georgia is trying to hit the reset button, trying to leave the game early. 14-0. Yo. Man, this is crazy. All right, here we go. Next play. Alabama, first and goal. Man, Nick Sheridan, man, this guy is dialed. Alabama's doing whatever they want to do. Jalen Milroe in the backfield. C.J. Dupree motions. He lines up. He gets to the line. You have Justice Haynes in the back. It's going to be a jet sweep to Jeremy Bernard, who's going to get in the end zone. And Alabama's up 21-0 on Georgia. Yo, you think this team is number one team in the country? Type 1 right now. Yo, this is crazy. Man, this is absolutely bananas. Yo, Georgia, give up the sticks. Man, give up the sticks. Jeremy Bernard in with the touchdown. It is 21-0. Oh, my goodness. Yo, that was a 3-play 22-yard drive with a minute 25. Yo, this team, do we have any photos that have come in yet? Maybe from Alabama official? Man, woo. 21-0. There's 2 minutes left. What's going to happen? I don't know. Man, Jamal, man. Jamal's a Georgia fan. Man, 21-0, man, you got to give up the sticks. Like, that's it. You know, if that happens at your house, at your crib, and you're playing the game, Kirby Smart had to leave. You had to the game, you know. Now, we'll go and check our little predictor. Last time it was at 88 that we saw. Right now, the monitor is reading 94% that they win this game. I've never seen this in the first quarter of a game. And so our idea, so the reason I'm showing this, I was like, depending on how the game went or whatever, I was talking to T, and I was like, let's have this, what is this called? The predictor, right? The win probability. So my idea was, and I told T, I was like, hey, if it's a close game or whatever, let's have this win probability, and we can, kind of add some drama to the game as it's going, here or there. Shit, 94% in the first quarter and 21-0. I mean, here you go. I had it down 31-17. Yeah. I mean, do some quick math for us, T. 21 times. I mean, this clearly, I don't know. Does this continue to happen? Yeah. I don't know. I'll take off the turnover chain to maybe, it'll create another turnover. Jalen Milroe is just, this is crazy. He's literally on fire. Seriously. I hope, the fire department is there because look at these stats. We'll just zoom in on Milroe real quick. Look at this. Jalen Milroe, 7 of 7, 106, a touchdown, 6 attempts, 42 yards, and a touchdown. What is that? 148 yards and 3 drives? And accounted for, 2 touchdowns, hands off another one. Look at the Georgia guys looking at their poor play sheets or whatever those are. Man, this is bad. If you're a Georgia fan, that's it. I don't know how you're feeling right now. Jarvis had it 45-24. I mean, see, I wasn't going to be surprised if you've been a naysayer. Man, look, that's the other thing, too. If you've said something bad about Jalen Milroe, now's your time to say, that you're sorry inside the comment box. It's going to be another third down for Georgia. Oof. Carson Beck handed the football off to Etienne. He slips. He's not going anywhere. He's bottled up. I don't know. It was a host of Alabama defenders that hit him hard. Keon Sabb comes from the side, hits him hard. James Smith was there. I saw him as well. It is 3rd and 4. Carson Beck has 4 wide receivers. One in the backfield is the running back. Carson Beck all day to throw, and it's going to be incomplete. There is a flag on the play. Could it be another pass interference call on Georgia? Yeah, pass interference. So it's going to be another pass interference call on Georgia on their offense. I don't know if there was some sort of pick out there. They're calling it a pass interference call, and they're going to have to punt. So look at this. In 2 drives, Georgia has had 27 yards. Alabama, 191 in 3 touchdowns. All right? So the Crimson Tide absolutely on fire in this game. 21-0. It looks like the punter has tights on. Does he have tights on? It's 4th and 4. Georgia's going to punt. Their punter has tights on. Does he have tights? Milroe's warming up. Someone asked if we're going to see Ty Simpson. I said no. Could we see him in the second quarter? Right. Man. And Ty Simpson's warming. Yeah, no. Man. Jalen Milroe, 7 of 7, 106. Did anyone have that in your bingo card? 106 passing in the first quarter. Remember, pick 6 had Jalen Milroe. Look, he's dancing on the sideline. Jalen Milroe's dancing. He's feeling it. He's literally like on fire. Man. Can I get a roll tide? That's for you, Cody. Appreciate you being here. That's his 16th touchdown of the season. The guy's going to have 20 by the end of this game, right? All right, the punter who has tights on punts it away. I would imagine, hey, it's Cole Adams. Cole Adams is back. That's good news. He's returning punts. At first, it was Ryan Williams. They've switched to Cole Adams, who's returning punts. It's 21-0. Alabama will have its 4th drive coming up next. There's 43 seconds left in the first quarter. It is 21-0. Alabama is absolutely on fire. They have 191 yards of offense in this game. Jalen Milroe, 7 of 7, 106 passing. He also has 42 yards rushing. The guy has 148 yards in the first quarter. Yo, this is crazy. Give it Jalen. Type in JM inside the comment box right now for Jalen Milroe. JM, here we go. Jalen Milroe sets to lead Alabama. Type in JM as fast as you can. You can't catch him. He's the gingerbread man, and that's another completion to Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams now has 36 yards receiving in this game. Type in JM right now as fast as you can. JM. Miss Self-Love is in first. It's been impressive, right? Yo, JM is going absolutely crazy. 21-0. Looks like it's going to be the end of the first quarter. We're going to take a break. This is crazy. Alabama's absolutely a buzzsaw. Yo, for Jalen Milroe, type in JM inside the comment box. Yo, 21-0, Alabama leading. Be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. This is Bama Football having a good time. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, this is it. This is like what you want. We got here this whole time. 21-0. Type in Jalen Milroe, JM, as fast as you can right now. Be right back. All right, fam. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. My goodness, we got 3:04 on. Believe that Trump has now arrived at the stadium. So if we get any footage or graphics, we'll bring that to you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We have a graphic that we're going to get on the screen right now of Alabama football as they lead 21-0 in this game. We'll look at some stats as the second quarter is about to get underway. When we go full screen and look at the stats of this particular game, man, I mean, it has been absolutely Jalen Milroe. I mean, this guy has been absolutely feasting on Bulldogs, okay? 8 of 8 passing in this game, 113 yards and 1 touchdown. Yo, that's a rating of 259. Rushing, 6 attempts, 42 yards and a touchdown. All right, the guy is absolutely balling out of control. Justice Haynes, 2 carries for 25 yards, and he's running angry. Remember, he's from the state of Georgia. He's got a lot of family in town, I promise you that. Jeremy Bernard has 2 rushes for 18 yards, both on jet sweeps, 1 for a touchdown. Receiving for the Crimson Tide, Ryan Williams with 3 receptions for 36 yards. He's been targeted 3 times. Jeremy Bernard has 2 for 8. Emmanuel Henderson caught a big 34-yard reception in the first drive of the first quarter. Kendrick Law, 1 reception for 19 yards. And Jam Miller has a touchdown catch that was for 16 yards. On the defensive side of the ball, T, let me know when that graphic is loaded. Is it? You have, we'll go full screen to this. And you have Damani Jackson right here with the turnover belt, came up with the interception, and, you know, Alabama absolutely rolling. So here we are in the second quarter. Alabama, on its 4th drive, they scored on each of its possessions as they lead 21-0. The game is on ABC. I appreciate you guys being here. Jalen Milroe, another completion. This time it is to CJ Dupree. They're getting their tight ends involved, which I love to see. And that's another first down for the Crimson Tide. Jalen Milroe is now 9 of 9 in this game. So Jalen Milroe doing his thing, moving the offense. This is their 4th possession. 3 wide receivers up top. This offense is just absolutely on fire. And Jalen Milroe has 3 wide receivers at the top of your screen. CJ Dupree with a really nice catch and pickup. 14-15 left in the first quarter. It's a throw from Kendrick Law. It looked like he was going to pass it. Did you see that? It looked like Kendrick Law was going to pass the ball. So Jalen Milroe dumps it out to Kendrick Law. It was a backwards pass. Kendrick Law looks like he was going to load up and launch it, and then a defender came up on him, so he kind of made a juke. But, yeah, I don't see if anybody was open. It was good defense by Georgia, and, they decided not to throw it. Kendrick Law, it looks like he's limping too, so I don't know. That was I agree. Don't get cute. Just keep running it. Just keep being the buzzsaw. Here comes Jam Miller. That's what we like to see, a nice little run by Jam Miller, and he gets 6 yards. So it's going to be a 3rd and 5 of Crimson Tide. I agree. I don't like to see kind of gimmicky plays, maybe from a time to time, but nothing like that. And Kendrick Law looked like he was even limping after that play. Alabama facing a 3rd and 5. And Jalen Milroe walks off, and it's going to be a direct snap to Jam Miller. Another kind of gimmicky play, and they get 4 yards. I think it'll be a 4th and 1. So Jalen Milroe was under center, and he kind of walks off, and the center snaps it directly to Jam Miller. So, it went for 5 yards. It's 4th and 1. I don't know if Alabama's going to go for it. I haven't seen that play in a while, right? The old walk-off. 4th and 1 for the Crimson Tide. And it is Jalen Milroe on the keeper. Helmet comes off. Jalen Milroe puts someone in the dirt. He's off to the races. It's a 36-yard touchdown for Jalen Milroe. Yo, my goodness. Yo, can I get a roll tide inside the comment? Yo, this is it. Did you see that? The guy's helmet pops off. Jalen Milroe keeps it. It's a 36-yard touchdown. 6 plays, 67 yards. Look at Coach Saban. He's almost falling asleep. Man, 6 plays, 67 yards, 3 minutes and 19 seconds. And, man, this guy is having – that's it. Yo, that's it. What else you need to see? 9 of 9, 128 yards passing, 7 attempts, 78 yards, 2 touchdowns. I've said it 5 million times. This is the best player in college football. How many times do I say that during my show? Go out and watch. I've been saying this for forever. This is it. You see Saban? He's mad. Saban's like, could have been longer.
Trump is here.
Okay.
We have Trump is in the stadium. We have a screenshot of him walking in and then Kid Rock is also in the picture. Okay. And he is in his box.
Look at Coach Saban. Take a picture of that. You see Coach Saban? He's just posted. He's like, man, he's seen this before. See, Coach Saban, he's seen this. For 2 years. This is his 3rd year watching Milroe. 28-0. This is the buzzsaw. All right. You want to see some stats? They're going to. Let me know when you have those graphics uploaded.
One of them is. I'm working on the other.
All right. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's see. Who are these? So it looks like Trump is up in the house.
It's a video, so he's not in the first picture.
Okay. So here's Trump. Is that the concession stand that he's going to?
He's walking through the.
Yeah, so he's going through the concession. That is Kid Rock. Yeah. So we have Trump, and then we have Kid Rock. It looks like Kid Rock might have been trying to get the hot dog. Maybe Donald Trump was getting a dog as well.
Yeah,
right.
There's a lot of Secret Service.
There's a lot of Secret Service.
Big roped off area.
It's a roped off area. Hey, is Trump Melania right here to the
that's
close?
Melania.
Yeah. All right, and it looks like she's filming a vertical format, which is interesting. Some people film vertical, some people film horizontal. I'm always curious to see who does what. Kind of vertical is the way that we want to see stuff. But yeah, Trump is here. Kid Rock's here. Alabama's leading 28-0 in this game. I wanted to show you guys real quick the stats of this game because they are absolutely mind-bending. What
correction, we got? That is not Melania.
It's not.
That is someone that looks exactly like her, though.
Okay, that's a lookalike. Okay, but she was also filming in vertical format. Here's the stats for this game right now. 9 of 9, Jalen Milroe with 128 yards. He has 1 passing touchdown. Rushing the ball, he has 7 attempts for 78 yards and 2 touchdowns. Ryan Williams has 3 for 36, but the story of this game has been Jalen Milroe. I mean, the guy has 2 rushing touchdowns. That was just a 36-yard touchdown. It was a keeper. He got to the right, and that was it. I mean, the guy put someone in the dirt as well. Good luck trying to stop him.
And I think we missed another super chat from Kurt.
Okay, well, we'll get that on the screen. And Tony has a picture, could probably show, of Trump walking in. Could we get that photo up? Tony Tsoukalis on Rivals has a photo. We could show that because he's now at the stadium. So, man, a lot going on. I appreciate you guys being here. This is Bama Football on YouTube. And, Trump has entered the stadium, and he's here to see Jalen Milroe put on this performance, what he's been doing. Man, C. Mitchell is saying, Kyle, do you think Ohio State wants any of this? I don't think there's anybody in college football that wants any of this. I'm serious, man. Like, I was asking, look at Jalen Milroe. He's having the time of his life. In the way that he should. I mean, this guy has worked. That length mentality, these guys were pissed. I'm telling you, and a lot of people last year or this week on my show was like, I don't think they finished the job last year. The job for this team, they feel when the job is done is when they've won the national championship, right? So I think that, this team's hungry. Jalen Milroe said they wanted to attack. Have they attacked in this game? 1,000,000%. It's 28-0. They have scored on 4 consecutive drives. And, man, the guy's 9 of 9. 120 yards. Can we get a photo if there's one on
Tony's
football page of Jalen Milroe too? They have one. All right, Georgia back with the football. It's a decent run by ETN. It's going to be a first down. I think that might be the first down that they've had of this game. You know what's crazy? is Alabama's offense has 258 yards of offense to Georgia's 42. Man, and this is the second quarter just started in this game. All right, Georgia trying to move the football. Another carry to Etienne. I mean, this team, we wanted to see them stop the run. We wanted to see how the secondary did. So far, Damani Jackson has an interception. And you're right, Sully, that was the best run of the night from Georgia. How long was that? 11 yards, I think it was, and it was a first down. But I think you got to keep it on, right? You got to go heavy, keep doing your thing. This is absolutely an impressive performance by the Crimson Tide. It looks like they're going to send pressure on this play. They haven't sent too much pressure. The last time they did, it resulted in an interception. Here is pressure, and it looks like some great tackling in the open field by Xavier Brown. Really good. And the ball comes loose, but it looks like they're going to call him down. I think, yeah, they're going to call him down, and it's going to be a third down for Georgia. T, how are we doing on the photos?
Nothing of Milroe.
But what about Trump? Do we have that one of him coming in? Okay. All right. We'll bring that of Trump coming in. So this is from Tony Tsoukalis on Twitter. Here's I think we can go here. So he's coming in the stadium, and you can see this is credit my buddy Tony Tsoukalis. As you can see, he's coming in. He has, the red tie that he's known for. He's coming in the stadium. Here's Carson Beck on the other side trying to get something going. It looks like he's going to run for, I don't know, it looks like 7 or 8 yards that he ran for. It's going to be a fourth down for Georgia. Man, I think they have to go for it at this point in time, right? Man, if you're at Georgia, look, it's 4th and 2 for the Bulldogs. There's 10 minutes and 19 seconds. They're going to go for it. You have to at this point in time. I mean, you're going to get run out of the stadium by halftime, 28-0. Let's see what they do. There's a penalty, and I don't know who that is going to be on. It was 4th and 2, and a flag was. Oh, is that a timeout? I think Alabama called a timeout. Yeah, Coach Kalen DeBoer ran and called a timeout. And I don't know, he didn't like something. It's a 4th and 2. We're going to take a quick timeout. I'll be right back. It's a 4th and 2 when we get back for the Georgia Bulldogs. All right, we're back with Georgia facing, I guess it's a 4th and 1. 4th and 2, 4th and 1, I don't know. Let's see if Alabama's defense is up to the task. This would be monumental, clearly, for the Alabama defense to be able to get a stop right here against Georgia. And it is going to be picked up by Etienne. I don't know, he got 7, 8 yards, and they moved the sticks. So, that's a first down for the Georgia Bulldogs. And I think that's a play where you have to go for it, right? I mean, you're on the verge of literally getting ran out of the stadium, and they come up with the first down. Still 28-0. You kind of look at the scoreboard. Cover events as it happens. So with the news of people and celebrities and whoever's coming in, we keep you posted on everybody, whether it's Kid Rock or Donald Trump or whoever else we see at the stadium. We'll bring you photos of them. Another run up the middle of the field by Georgia. Now we've seen this in the past from Alabama. They allow. Alabama's allowed some of these long sustaining drives, but, so far I've liked what I've seen from the defense, specifically against the pass. T, do we have something here?
I just got another picture of Trump on the.
Yeah. We'll filter stuff in when we have another break. 9 minutes to go in the second. Georgia's trying to get a drive going. This current drive is 7 plays, 42. Now they had a 18-play drive that they allowed against Wisconsin. Back in week 4 or whatever it was, week 3, I think it was, Carson Beck throws a nice pass to the outside, and that's going to be complete. The cornerback on that was Deshaun Jones, who's a transfer from Wake Forest, and that's another first down touchdown for Georgia. Georgia right now, on their third offensive possession, they only have 69 yards of offense compared. That was a nice ball by Carson Beck. Compared to Alabama's 258 yards of offense. Man, that looks like the best offense in the entire country right now in this game through a quarter and a half. Carson Beck, time to throw, and it's going to be incomplete. It's going to force a second down. It looked like the wide receiver just dropped that pass. I haven't really. I'll do a lot on my rewatch, but I haven't seen Alabama sending a lot of pressure. I don't know. Maybe they're more concerned with coverage. There's different schematics, and we'll look at what they do on this second down. Here comes Georgia. It is a 2nd and 10. There's 8 minutes. Yeah, I do think Beck might be a little bit rattled, trying to make something happen. He's got 2 wide receivers up top, 2 wide receivers down on the bottom. Carson Beck will take the snap, and he is going to throw, and it's going to be complete. Kind of split the defense, and that was between Keon Sabb and I think Deshaun Jones. That was 2-11 again. That is Arian Smith for a first down. That was a 20-yard completion by the Georgia Bulldogs. Again, you look at the fact that Alabama is not sending pressure. And look, if you leave Beck windows, he is going to complete passes. We talked about this before the game. They haven't sent pressure, and he's moving the sticks. All right, Georgia inside the red zone for the first time in this football game. He has 3 wide receivers are kind of bunched in. It's going to be an end around to 86, and he's going to get, 6 yards. So Georgia, 6 yards out of trying to score their first touchdown of the night. Kyle Anderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. This is the Roll Tide Watch Along right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Georgia now at, let's call it the 7-yard line, trying to get something in. Carson Beck with ETN in the backfield. It's kind of they have a 2 tight end set as well. They move in the receiver from the top to next to the tight end. It's a bunch formation, and it's a handoff to ETN. He's going to be able to get into the end zone for a touchdown. Georgia scores its first touchdown of the game. It was an 11-play, 75-yard drive that went for 5 minutes and 41 seconds. Now, we haven't seen Georgia put together a drive up until that point in time. Honestly, I thought it was a pretty good drive. Carson Beck distributed the football on some big, there was a 20-yard pass that he completed. I think there was an 8-yard completion, and then you had a couple runs, and this all stemmed kind of from the 4th down that they went for it. So at that point in time, you had to go for that first down. Now, this is interesting. Georgia has elected to go for the 2-point conversion in this game. I mean, they need as many points as possible, trailing by 22 at this point in time. Carson Beck takes it in shotgun. Here comes Jameer and Lathan, Tim Keenan, and Carson Beck's going to be able to connect with 32 for a successful 2-point conversion. However, there's a penalty on the play, and let's see if that negates another penalty on the offense for pass interference. That's the 3rd pass interference that Georgia Bulldogs have been called in this first half. You rarely see that in a game. 3 times. Man. So it looks like they're being called. Let's see what this was. So 11. Oh, yeah, that's a complete pick. So 11 basically ran through, and he picks Alabama defensive back, which opened up that run. So Arian Smith called for the pick. They don't get the 2-point conversion. The score is 28-6, and that was the 3rd pass interference for the Georgia Bulldogs. All right, so it was a 11-play, 75-yard drive, and the Crimson Tide are up. Okay, so now what they're going to do is they penalize them, so now they're going to have to kick the PAT. Woodring should be money. Good PAT, and the score is now 28-7. So, whatever. I mean, that was a good drive for Georgia. They moved the football. They're able to run. It was kind of a mix of run and pass. I think the big one was Carson Beck, picking up the 20-yard pass, and then Georgia picking up that 4th down. Be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. Alabama up 28-7 to 7 in this game. Be right back. Fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. This little scoreboard up here flew. Look at Coach Saban. He's texting. Who's he texting? It is 28-7. I appreciate you guys being here right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for joining me as I try to get this scoreboard lined up. We do all this stuff like in-house. We are not, like I would have never thought that I'd even have to deal with this tonight. We have another scoreboard system that we use. It's not working at this point in time, so we're doing this old school. Okay, I think that'll work. All right, 28-7. The Alabama Crimson Tide Buzzsaw is leading the Georgia Bulldogs 28-7. This has like been absolute domination, and I'm curious to see if Jalen Milroe has cooled down at all. Like this is, I mean, he's 9 of 9 for 128 yards passing, 7 rushes for 70 yards. I don't know. Let's see what happens on this drive. This is Alabama's 5th drive. Okay, so Jalen Milroe takes a high snap. He's going to throw a short intermediate pass to C.J. Dupree, who barrels over a defender and picks up 21 yards. You're starting to see like plays for 21 yards and not being pressed. It looks like there's a personal foul on Tyler Booker. I don't know what it looks like. Booker might have beat someone up. I don't know what he did, but it said it was a personal foul on him. I didn't see what he did. I have no idea. But C.J. Dupree absolutely buried somebody after his catch. Let's see what Tyler Booker did. That's rare because Tyler Booker doesn't create penalties like this. 384 on. Let's hit the thumbs up if you think Alabama's going to win this game. All right, 28-7. That will be Alabama's 4th penalty for 35 yards. They're showing the play right here. So Tyler Booker looks like he gets his hands on 2. That was a personal foul? That was what? Come on. I guess it hit the official. I don't know. That was terrible. That was not That was not a personal foul. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Doesn't see what he likes. He's going to escape the pocket. Yo, how are you going to stop this guy? This is crazy. 26-yard pickup for Jalen Milroe. Yo, the guy has 100 yards rushing, 134 yards passing. He has 238 yards of offense, okay, and 3 touchdowns in this game. Yo, that in the first half. Like, this is crazy. He's going to 1,000,000% be the Heisman favorite. You know how many people are watching this game? 10 of 10 he starts out. 11 of 11. Man, this guy is absolutely on fire. Man, Jalen Milroe back to pass. Another dime to Jeremy Bernard. He's 11 of 11. Good. Oh, my goodness. Ryan Williams has 36 yards. Jeremy Bernard has 23 yards. Yo, these guys, man, this is absolutely impressive. Look at the ball placement on that. Nobody else could have got that ball. That was only to Jeremy Bernard. 11 of 11, 149 yards. Alabama moving the football. This is their 5th possession. They've scored on the first 4 possessions of this game. Jamal, man, I feel for you, man. This team's, and Jalen Milroe was going to run for 2 yards. That was his shortest run of the night. Guy has 106 yards. He's already put in a full game's workload in one half. Second and 8 for the Alabama Crimson Tide. 28-7. Yeah, they kind of already are working the clock a little bit. We'll see what happens with the Crimson Tide. 28-7, 4:16 before half. Jalen Milroe is going to. Is that complete? Yeah, they're going to call that complete as well, and it looks like it's a 3rd and short. So he extends another 12 of 12. I haven't seen him. I think this is a record for most completions. Oh, they're going to review that. They're going to see if that was an incomplete pass. I couldn't see it from my vantage point if he caught it or not. It didn't look like he did, kind of from first glance. I don't know. Maybe you had a better point of that. Jamal say no catch. That would be his first incompletion of the night. He's 12 of 12 for 156. Now, we asked you at the beginning of the show, would he throw for over 200? I don't know. I mean, he might not. You don't need to. Not yet. Jamal Scott saying it hit the ground. Is that a catch? Yes or no? Sound off right now. As fast as you can. Yes or no? I'm going to say, I don't know. I'm going to say no. Def no catch? No catch? I'm going to say no. I don't think it was a catch. Hey, Laura, what's up? Roman Circus, what's going on? I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm going to say no. Jim Montana's in the. What's up, Jim? Thanks for being a fan funder. Same to you, Bama Still. Miss Self Love and Solely, thank you so much for the continued support. Paul, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys for being here right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I don't know. I guess they're looking at the play. I'm on commercial over here in Tuscaloosa, so we'll see what they say.
Myron says, I was laughing at the one guy who said Ty Simpson might play, but he might be right.
I know. I said, remember, that was like
no way.
That was like the one thing I was, yeah, okay, so it was no catch. Tony is saying, the reporters are saying there was a no catch. So he's 11 to 12. Still
he broke his streak.
Yeah, so I think that's the longest crazy. He's gone, to 11 of 11.
The longest, that's got to be some kind of record, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't know who the last quarterback was. I'm sure, there's a statistician right now looking that up. But that was hell. I mean, it's not like the game's over. I mean, it's 11 to 12. Still impressive. So he goes 11-12, 149. This sounds like, think about the stats. It sounds like it's a game stat.
Yeah.
Look, 11-12, 149 yards with a touchdown. 9 attempts for 106 yards with 2 touchdowns, the longest at 36. I mean, the guy is just having an absolute night. And you got to think with the ratings, it's crazy. Yo, C. Mitchell, I don't think he's like Tom Brady at all. But I mean, I'm not the only one. I've been hyping Jalen Milroe up for a long time. I don't care. What are you going to say bad about this dude? Seriously, for all the haters that have been hating on this guy and saying that he can't, he's ate up like a bunch of intermediate passes. Seriously. See, Mitchell, seriously, like the guy's balling out. Like, this is probably the best performance that there's been in college football this year.
You know, has Kobe Prentice played tonight?
Nope. You think Kobe Prentice is...
Is he one of them?
Is he like the first guy to hit the... I don't know. Kobe Prentice is like... Did we see... I don't think we saw him much against Wisconsin.
We didn't see him any.
Yeah, Kobe Prentice, I haven't seen him on the field.
2 games.
Oh, there's Kobe Prentice right now. He's running to the top of your screen. You just called him out.
Welcome to the game, Prentice.
And that is a first down. No, I don't go to any of the games anymore. This is like the new wave. So what you're going to see is everybody will probably start to do this as well. So I wanted to kind of do different things than every other YouTube channel. Because now I think I counted there was 37 Alabama YouTube channels, the last that I counted. So I've had to continue to change and to morph as I do this individually. Most of the other content creators are supported by salary positions. I'm not salary, so I'm always having to figure out different ways to support myself. So I wanted to do something like this, and there's a soccer channel that I'm modeling this after. It's called The United Stand. They have 1 million subscribers. So I actually get a lot of my ideas from soccer channels that are in the Premier League that cover soccer, because the NFL channels, I think I have the largest individual college football channel, right? Bama Football on YouTube. I don't know. We haven't got an update on Kendrick Law. But the NFL channel, the NFL YouTube channels that are like professionally run, they're really good. But the soccer channels like that cover the Premier League, they are like 20 years like ahead of us. They are so good. It's amazing. So I'm trying to bring a little of that to my game. I'm always trying to work on different things. I mean, ask T, how much do I spend on graphics and learning different things?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we
never
work
stop.
on graphics all the time.
Yeah.
But we've learned also that internet is more reliable and everything is more reliable at home. So
yeah, 100%. I mean, when we went to the Rose Bowl, literally could not upload anything. So stuffed on a 4th and 1, and the big stop by Georgia. Alabama was going for it on a 4th and 1. Jam Miller is stuffed, and Georgia gets the football back. Kalen, DeBoer talking to the official. I don't know what they were saying. Jam Miller stuffed up. Good stop by Georgia. Yo, that was huge for Georgia. Yo, if Georgia's able to capitalize on that, that was a nice pickup. But man, that was a great job by Georgia right there. You start to see Georgia with a little bit. No, I get you, C. Mitchell. It's all good, brother. I think that was just a good stop by Georgia. So let's see what they can do. You know, they have a little bit of momentum. No, and I feel you, C. Mitchell, man. It's all good. This Milroe performance is like, it's crazy. I think this is honestly the best performance that we've seen so far. All right, Georgia, it is 2:59 before halftime. There's no pressure on this guy. It is intercepted by, who is that, 11? That is Jahad Campbell with the interception. How the hell did he throw it right to him? We put the turnover chain back on. Jahad Campbell with the pick. I was like, is that another safety? It was Jahad Campbell back in zone coverage. Comes up with the interception. His first of the year. Carson Beck has thrown 2 interceptions in this game. The first to Damani Jackson. This is not Tom Brady. Carson Beck is not it. And Jahad Campbell, after Alabama can't get a 4th and 1. They come back and they get a pick. Man, Jahad Campbell. He's cooked for sure. Man, all right, so here comes Alabama. Another possession. Last one was turnover on down. He dumps it off to C.J. Dupree. It's going to be a first down, and it takes about, 9 guys to take down C.J. Dupree. And there's 2:30 before halftime. Remember, you have the 2-minute warning. In Alabama, it looks like they don't have any timeouts remaining, so you have one more opportunity to stop the clock. That was a first down by Alabama. Jalen Milroe now 13 of 14. Let's see what he can do. I would imagine they might take this to they weren't taking it to the 2-minute warning. It's a handoff to Justice Haynes, who's wrapped up in the backfield, and we will go to the 2-minute warning. Be right back. C-Downs, we'll be right back, and we'll highlight your super chat in just a second, man. Take a 2-minute break right here on Bama Football on YouTube. You got the 2-minute warning. Alabama's about to score. It's a 2nd 11. They're in the red zone. Be right back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Love you guys. Fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here right here on Bama Football on YouTube, as Alabama is currently leading Georgia by a score of 28-0. Here's a couple graphics that are in photos courtesy of the University of Alabama. That is Damani Jackson tonight with an interception. As you can see, this is such a dope photo. Look at that artwork that Devontae. Each of these guys are tatted up. Look at these tats, T. I need to get some ink. Look at this. Man, that photo goes hard. I like this. I like everything about this photo. Looks like we have a double photo in there, and then we go to a blank screen. So I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Alabama absolutely rolling in this game. Do we have that photo of Coach Saban? Yeah, where's that photo? Crimson Tide up 28-7. It's a 2-minute warning. Look, they go in 35-7. Man. Oh, we got the super chat that we have to get to as well. Kurt Downs, what's up, man? Appreciate you. Go back and reread my MVPs. Go back and read my MVPs. Milroe, Campbell, Haynes. Dude, so far I've been on the money. I mean, Justice Haynes in this game, 3 carries for 24 yards. You know, at the beginning of the show, we asked if Jam Miller would run for over 53 yards. I don't think he hits that. And I don't think that – I would imagine Justice Haynes goes over 31 yards. But I don't know if Jam Miller gets his because, I mean, if they go up 35-7 – Kalen DeBoer plays a ton of guys. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Here we come out of the 2-minute warning. It is 2nd and 11. Jalen Milroe back to pass. He is intercepted off a C.J. Dupree drop. So C.J. Dupree came across. The ball hit C.J. Dupree in the hands. It pops up, and Georgia intercepts the ball. There's a holding on Alabama, and it's going to be a first down Georgia. There was 2 penalties on the play, and that's going to be an interception. Now, look, that the pass, I thought the pass was right there. I mean, it hit C.J. Dupree. Here, they're replaying the play. So C.J. Dupree across the middle, they're kind of a hold. He can't hang on to it. It pops up, and Georgia intercepts it, I don't know, at the 5-yard line, let's say. So it was a good hit from Georgia, and it's an interception. Don't you think he should have caught that? Right. He should have caught that. Like, if you throw an interception, like, you know, Carson Beck's interceptions have been on him. That one I felt was, like, on C.J. Dupree. Carson Beck nearly intercepted by Deontay Lawson, and that would have been a pick 6. Oh, my goodness. Man, Carson Beck is, this dude's struggling. Here's Deontay Lawson right here, just in zone coverage, across the middle. He almost intercepted it, took it to the house. Wow. That would have been pick 6. 28-7. Georgia in the shadow of their own end zone. 2nd and 10. Carson Beck almost threw another interception. He's already thrown 2 tonight. First one to Damani Jackson. Second one to Jahad Campbell. Carson Beck in the end zone. Throws it, and it's incomplete. It is 2nd and 10. Third and 10 for Georgia at they're on their own 5-yard line. Kane Womack versus Mike Bobo. 3rd and 10. Man, I would love to see a safety, Picola. All right, we got 3:17 up in the house. Let's see what we can do. Here comes the Alabama defense. Looks like they are sending everybody. You got a wide receiver to the bottom and to the top. Carson Beck in shotgun formation. Here comes the blitz. They're able to almost get to him. Carson Beck throws it. It's incomplete, so they'll have to punt. Oh, my God. Jahad Campbell was this close to getting the safety. And it is, man, they have done a hell of a, this defense. Can we get a round of applause? What? Intentional grounding? What? I didn't see what they called on that, but that was Keanu Coate and Q-Rob. That was who was on the play. And that's going to be a safety because they're calling that intentional grounding. Wow. So Beck threw the ball. They said that he just wanted to get rid of it. So it was an intentional grounding, which results in a safety. So it's 30-7. I mean, my goodness, can you type in D for the defense? The defense has been playing really good football. I know there was that drive that Georgia put together, but man, they called that a intentional grounding. Look at Coach Kalen DeBoer. Man, he's getting lit. And that's a safety. So it's 30-7. T, update the scoreboard. 30-7. Carson Beck has thrown 2 interceptions in this game. He's called for an intentional grounding, which results into a safety. Man, not helping his team at all. It is 30-7. Coach Saban, do we have that photo of Coach Saban posted? Look at Coach Saban. This was him not too long ago, right? He's seen this before. This was when the score was 27-0. Coach Saban has seen this. He's not surprised. Him and Miss Terry picked Alabama to win this game. C-Downs in with another 4 spot. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for keeping us fed here on Bama Football on YouTube. Bro, I said last week, this looks like the 1992 Alabama versus Miami. 11 on the line, and Gino Torretta was shook. Though, this team, Carson Beck's in trouble. I don't know what he's going to be doing in the second half. Second half sometimes, different. I don't know. But, 30-7. I think that Alabama should try to score another touchdown and go up 37-7. But can we take a minute to just appreciate the defense? Man, here comes Cole Adams. Nice little return. There's a penalty. And Cole Adams with the brace on after what appeared to be an arm injury a couple weeks ago. What's going to be the call? A legal block in the back. Another penalty. Man, this team, for all the great things that this team does, they sure do get a lot of penalties. This will be their 5th penalty in this game, resulting in 45 yards? That was called on Devontae Smith, I guess. Cole Adams looked nice. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Devontae Smith called for that was a block in the back for sure. All right, so they've been penalized 4 times for 45 yards. And here comes Jalen Milroe. He has 1:31 to work with. Before half. Here come the officials. I don't know what they're coming to check. We'll see what happens. Carson Beck, 5 of 15 with 2 interceptions and 44 yards. That is crazy. 0 for 5. This team on third down is elite. Here's Jalen Milroe. Throws it to the outside. That's going to be complete to a tight end. That is number 80. That is Josh Cuevas with the nice pickup. And that's going to be a first down. Myron in with the super chat, T. What's funnier to watch, the offense or defense? Man, they're in trouble. Georgia's, that's Kobe Prentice. We've seen a little bit of Kobe Prentice. Yeah. Georgia's defense. But I think at halftime, we'll go over the stats and we'll talk about a couple key points. But, the Alabama defense has done an amazing job. Beautiful job so far by Alabama on the defensive side. Go to Kobe Prentice again. He gets a little spin move, and he gets another first down. 2 consecutive catches by Kobe Prentice. Remember, we were asking, where is Kobe Prentice? Well, here he is. Good pickup for Kobe Prentice. Alabama moving the ball kind of in their up-tempo turbo mode as there's 49 seconds. Jalen Milroe in the pocket finds another tight end. That is going to be Josh Cuevas, who records his 2nd reception. You got a lot of wide receivers and tight ends catching passes tonight. Ryan Williams, C.J. Dupree, Jeremy Bernard, Josh Cuevas, Kobe Prentice, Emmanuel Henderson, Kendrick Law, Jam Miller, Robbie Oots. All right? So Jalen Milroe is feeding everybody. All right? This is all you can eat tonight. And Alabama moves the chains. 43 seconds left. Before halftime. Jalen Milroe is 17 of 19. A reverse pass, flea flicker, something you've seen on Tecmo Bowl, and it goes nowhere. So Alabama's ran 3 gadget plays in this second quarter. I did not like this one. That was it was 2 receivers shoveled the pass. They threw it back to Milroe. It was a flea flicker. Milroe's yelling at somebody. They don't have any timeouts. It's a 3rd and 13. They're going to have to go. Let's see what happens before halftime. I don't like what they did. That wasted a lot of time. I think at this point, you just take it into. All right, so it's 3rd and 13. Rolling Tide 778 with a 20 spot. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. LFG, you know what that stands for. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. What was that? Okay, so here comes. So it was Jeremy Bernard to Emmanuel Henderson, and it was supposed to be back to Jeremy Bernard. But I guess that was a holding call. That was a weird play. Man, I didn't like some of these gadget plays. I don't know. I didn't really like them. I think they've been moving the football without gadget plays. So anyways, it's a 3rd and 13 for the Crimson Tide. And you have maybe field goal range for Graham Nicholson. Roll Tide 70-78. We appreciate you. We'll showcase you when we showcase our super chats here in a minute. Almost halftime. It is 30-7. There's 32 seconds before halftime. It is 3rd and 13. Jalen Milroe to throw. It is incomplete. Kalen DeBoer screaming for a pass interference. He is animated. He is yelling. I would imagine that could have been his first bad word of the season. I think he said the F word. Did he?
Let's imagine he did.
I think he might have. Oh, my God. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. How was that not called pass interference? Oh, my God.
He said, oh, my God.
Oh, my God. How is that not? Look at Courtney Morgan in the back. Wow. That was crazy. He was literally, that was Jeremy Bernard, huh? The defender had his hands around his head. How was that? Oh, my God. That was terrible. That delay a game on Alabama. So now Alabama has 7 penalties in this half. Kalen DeBoer is lit. He is livid. Man, he's completely yelling at the official. Wow. I've never seen Coach Kalen DeBoer that mad. Whoa. Oh, he threw his clipboard. Man. Whoa. That was complete. Oh, my God. They fumbled the punt, but they're able to get back on it. I think Georgia's going to retain possession of that. They do. The receiver fumbled the ball. He fell back on it. There's 19 seconds left. I'd imagine they just sit on it, and we go to halftime. Keith, I do not like the play calling there. So, you know, I mean, but overall, I think it's been good. I don't like those little gadget plays. So, anyways, the gadget plays, no good. Just keep throwing the ball, keep running the football. 19 seconds left. I would imagine Georgia sits on it. We'll take a small break before halftime, and then we'll do a halftime report right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Show you the stats, give you a couple key takeaways. Georgia actually throwing the football. Looks like they're going to get a first down and a little bit more. They do have 2 timeouts. Coach Saban's on the sideline, but not coaching. Look at him. This is interesting. I wonder what that's like for him. There's Josh Maxson, his personal sports information director. Coach Saban looks younger every single time I see him. Another pass by Carson Beck, which is complete. They have 3 seconds left, and they have 2 timeouts. Coach Kalen, I've never seen Coach Kalen DeBoer that mad ever. He clearly gets mad. But he don't have a temper. He's mad about something that was wrong.
Rationally mad.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, rationally mad. Yeah, which he should be. I mean, anytime your receiver is getting chokehold so you can't catch the ball, that resulted in another 7 points. You know, the game's not over till it's over. I mean, you want to put as many points on the board as possible. That would have kept the drive moving. That would have probably would have set Alabama up in a field goal situation. Georgia right here trying to get something going. They complete the pass. It goes for, 20 yards, 30 yards, and now we're in halftime. And there's the team's getting a little animated. You got Georgia and Alabama chipping at each other. Damani Jackson and the players, they're separating them on the sidelines. There's no love lost for these two teams. LT Overton's over there. They're breaking up the team, and the teams are headed to the locker room. Georgia's pissed. There's a flag on the play. They're trying to pull out Keon Sabb and Q-Rob. They're sending the players to the locker room. And that's how we will end the half. That was ugly. I don't know. The teams were just chipping, jawing at each other. It looks like they were trying to, they hate each other. That's hate. This is a rivalry. Yes. They don't like Kirby Smart. They don't like Georgia.
That's what I was saying. This is bigger than Georgia. This is bigger than Auburn now. Georgia
Well, yeah. I mean, Auburn can't beat
anybody.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is it. All they hear, unsportsmanlike penalty. So that penalty is going to be put out when we get into the third quarter. But Alabama has 6 penalties. Let's see what Kirby Smart has to say. Kirby Smart says they have to get some stops and that Alabama's playing explosive football. Let's go into the stats and look at the stats right now of this game, and we'll go full screen, and we'll look at Alabama's offense right now as Jalen Milroe has really been the storyline of this first half. I mean, this is probably his best half ever at Alabama as a quarterback. Alabama leads 30-7. I appreciate you guys being here. 18 of 21, 199 yards passing, 1 touchdown. He is 86% completion percentage. Is probably the highest that he's ever had at halftime as well. His rating is 171. Now running the football, he has 9 carries for 106 yards with 2 touchdowns, along as a 36. He has been feeding the ball to a lot of different wide receivers. We haven't seen this before. We haven't seen this through first 4 games of Alabama's football season, right? Jeremy Bernard, he has 4 for 15. Ryan Williams has 3 for 36. C.J. Dupree has 3 for 34. Josh Cuevas getting in the mix. Kobe Prentice, Emmanuel Henderson, Kendrick Law, Jam Miller, Robbie Oots, right? It's like there's a lot of wide receivers that have certainly been eaten. And it's good to see for the Crimson Tide. On the other side, for the Georgia Bulldogs, I think one of the things that has really stood out is, the performance of Carson Beck. I mean, when you look at Carson Beck, he has certainly struggled in this game against Alabama's defense. And that was one of the storylines going in, was how is Carson Beck going to fare against Alabama's secondary? Alabama's secondary, we've admitted it, they have not played a high level of competition, but they've played good in those games. Well, they have certainly given Carson Beck hell, right? 8 of 17, 100 yards. Excuse me. He only has 2 interceptions. His completion percentage is 47%, right? ETN has 7 rushes for 36 yards. Arian Smith has 3 for 64. And then when you zoom in and you look at kind of the team statistics, I'll try to zoom in and see what I can get on the screen. You see that Alabama has been absolute dominant. This is wild. In just 2 quarters of play, Alabama has 355 yards of offense compared to Georgia's 153. Passing-wise, 199. Rushing yards, 156. Right? So Alabama has certainly been racking up the yards. But the penalties have also been a storyline of this game. Alabama has been penalized 6 times for 50 yards. It's interesting. Georgia has 4 penalties, but 3 of those penalties are pass interference calls. I think that Georgia probably should have been called for another pass interference, but on the defensive side. Now, 3 of those are from the offensive side, which you don't really see, in football. First downs, Georgia has 9, Alabama has 16. Now, look at this. We talked about this. Alabama has the number 1 defense on third down in the country. They've continued to showcase that in this game. Look at the third down percentage for Georgia. Just 0 for 5, in tonight's early game of just 2 quarters. Alabama, 2 of 5. You'd like to see that number improve, but, hard to say anything negative about Alabama's offensive play. You know what? No, I'll take that back. The one thing that I don't like about Alabama's offense out of anything that has happened, and I'm just being honest, I don't like some of the gimmicky plays that Alabama's had. I think that those gimmicky plays, there was a double reverse pass. There was like 3 different plays. Oh, they had Kendrick Law try to throw a pass. Do you get what I'm saying, fam? I think they honestly took away. I think Alabama's offense, believe it or not, because of some of those plays, they might have taken 10 points off the board. You could look at it, maybe a 40-7 type game at halftime. I know it was a flea flicker, right? The type that you ran in Tecmo Bowl. Like, just run the ball. Like, you were not having trouble at all moving the football against Georgia. You do not need to show those type of plays to Tennessee, to LSU, because now they understand kind of what they could do later on. Like, you use a gimmick play once every, blue moon. You don't use it when you're just beating the out of somebody. You don't. They were moving. They could have ran. They could have used Milroe on a designed run. Don't do that. It took away 10 points, if not more, honestly. They could have had 14 more points in this game. So that's the only thing that I have. There's a couple other penalties, like the offense. There was a personal foul on Tyler Booker. That was not a personal foul. He shoved the guy when the play was going on. I think there was a holding call. But overall, and you look at the defense. Let's look at their statistics real quick. So on the defensive side of the ball, I would already give a game ball, to be honest, to Damani Jackson. He has an interception, right? He has 4 tackles. They have gone in the beginning of the game. They went towards Xavier Brown. Xavier Brown, he was beat, but the guy didn't catch the pass. Keon Sabb, I've seen him everywhere. He has 4 tackles as well. Deontay Lawson probably feels that he should have a pick 6. Q Rob could have had a sack, but that resulted in a safety. Xavier Brown, he's played good. Deshaun Jones, he's played well. I mean, all these guys. Jaha Campbell has an interception. So overall, a real dominating half against Georgia, but there are a couple different things that honestly could make this game 40-7. Georgia, the way that they scored, and we'll look at the scoring drive. Let's see if we can pull this up. You look at the scoring drive of this particular game. Jalen Milroe started out with a 7-yard rush to make it 7-0, followed up by Milroe to Jam Miller touchdown connection for 16 yards, which made it 14-0. Then you go up 21-0 when Jeremy Bernard runs on a jet sweep, right, to make it 21-0, and then 28-0 off a Jalen Milroe 36-yard touchdown run. Now, what was beautiful about that, it was an option. Jam Miller comes in, he picked up the defender. The defender's helmet flies off, and Jalen Milroe puts a Georgia Bulldog in the dirt and runs 36 yards for a touchdown. ETN scored to make it 28-7 for Georgia, and that drive was 11 plays for 75 yards. And I thought that was a good drive for Georgia. I really did. Like, Carson Beck got the football out. They ran the football. They picked up a 4th down, and they moved the chains a little bit. And then Alabama went down the field. They were going to score. Jalen Milroe threw the football to C.J. Dupree. It hit his hands and bounced off, and Georgia intercepted it. And then a couple plays later, Carson Beck was called for intentional grounding, which led to a safety call. So here we are at 30-7. Overall, thought it was, I would probably say, as good as that half was, like those gadget plays probably make it great at like as an 8 out of 10. I mean, maybe 9 out of 10. I mean, that was pretty dominating football. And they could be up by, 14 more points. I mean, Alabama is certainly it. But I appreciate you guys. What would you guys grade that first half of football on a scale of 1 to 10? You guys giving Alabama a 10? Am I too harsh? I don't know. Those gadget plays were really weren't it. I don't know. All right, we got a super chat in from C Downs. I hope you watched the 92 championship team and their defense this week. Yeah, I guess I'll check that out. Nobody has really said that, but I'll check it out. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick break, commercial break. I'll be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. Let me know. Grade this half. So we got an 8 out of 10, a 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10. Rich New Sports, what's up? Thanks for being here. Thank you. Salma, thank you. Don't overcomplicate it. Like, you were moving the football against this team. And then give me your this will be easy. Give me your first half MVP. Give me your first half MVP inside the comment box, and I'll be right back on Bama Football on YouTube. Love you guys. First half MVP. Listen now. Fam, what's up? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. It's still halftime between Alabama and Georgia. As you know, the score is 30-7. We'll go around college football right now and look at some scores from across the country. Here are some scores that are currently taking place around the world of college football. Clemson 27, Stanford 7. You have Iowa State 13 on top of Houston in this game here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Alabama leads the Georgia Bulldogs 30-7. Jalen Milroe, look at those numbers over here to the right. 19-21, 199 yards, 9 carries, 106 yards. It's only halftime. Ohio State doing work as well against Michigan State. Their schedule is just so light. Will Howard, 19 of 29, 209. Henderson has 7 for 69 as Ohio State looks to get to 4-0 on the season. Penn State beating up on Illinois 14-7. Looks like that game is in the third quarter. LSU up on South Alabama by a score of 35-3. And then Pac-12 after dark, Washington State versus Boise State and Arizona versus Utah. And then looks like in the real late time, you got Oregon and UCLA. Other games from around the country that took place today, you have USC, who defeated Wisconsin. That is a Big Ten game now, 38-10. Looks like Moss had 308 yards today, and Lane pulled in 105 yards receiving. You have Notre Dame, who defeated Louisville. That was 16-15. Notre Dame is now 4-1 on the season, and 31-24 over Louisville. This was a crazy game. So you have Oklahoma, who defeated Auburn. Now, Auburn was leading this game 21-10 before Oklahoma stormed back in the fourth quarter and scored 17 unanswered points to give Auburn another loss. Auburn is now 0-2 in SEC play. Kurt Downs, again, with the super chat. We appreciate you, man. Get to you in just a second. Texas A&M defeats Arkansas by a score of 21-17. Texas A&M now 2-0 in SEC play. Texas 35, Mississippi State 13, led by Arch Manning, who was 26 of 31 for 324 yards, and it looks like Moore Jr. had 103 yards receiving. This was another one that stood out today in SEC play. You had Kentucky defeated Ole Miss in Oxford by a score of 20-17. Now, Ole Miss had an opportunity to make this game go into overtime. They missed a field goal. Kentucky survives. And 1-2 in SEC play. Ole Miss 0-1. They lose their SEC opener. You have Michigan, who survived for the second week in a row against Minnesota. You have Kansas State, who defeated Oklahoma State. And you have BYU, who beat Baylor. Baylor drops 2 in a row. Remember last week they lost to Colorado. And then you have Miami, who beat Virginia Tech. That game was on Friday night in a game that certainly ended in wild fashion with a touchdown or no touchdown call at the end. I think that game was absolutely crazy the way that game ended. T, did you have something for me? Did you?
Yeah, I uploaded some game picks.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Thank you so much. So, yeah, that's kind of around the world of college football, how things are going. I don't know. I mean, the stat line is just absolutely bananas. I mean, when you look to what Alabama has been able to do against Georgia, I think some of the things that have certainly stood out to me, the play of the defense has been really good. And I kind of already made my halftime points, watching Alabama in that first half. I think they did a really good job against Carson Beck. I mean, that interception, this is a great photo. These are courtesy of the University of Alabama. Jahad Campbell jumping, 3 feet in the air. Right here you have Justice Haynes out of the state of Georgia, who's doing a good job. I think he has almost 40 yards rushing in 2 quarters. I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of the running game in the second half. Here's Alabama's defense. This defense has done a great job. We needed to see them force turnovers. We needed to see them get pressure. Now, while they haven't come up with many quarterback sacks, the pressure caused intentional grounding. I guess the defense, sitting back in zone, came up with a couple interceptions. Damani Jackson came up with one, and Jahad Campbell came up with another one. So, this is a great picture. This is Devontae Smith, a.k.a. Smitty. Let me ask you this. Now that you've 3 quarters and a half, or 3 games and a half, what have you thought of the Alabama defense? seriously, I think it's, this defense is pretty good. I mean, they've allowed 3 drives that have been long drives. One against South Florida, one against Wisconsin. I guess you could say one against Georgia. And there's still a lot of time to play. Even Coach Saban at halftime said, look, there's a lot of football to play. Anything can still happen, in this game. But what have you thought about the defense? On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being like absolutely outstanding, what have you thought about the defense? Oh, Kane Womack, look, I mean, maybe a 7? Seriously, I mean, all right, second half has started. Georgia has the football, and see what the Bulldogs can do on their opening drive of the third quarter. I don't know what you want to go. Hey, we got a Garrett Clemens coming in, the heavy hitter. Thanks so much for the super chat. We appreciate you. Let's see what Carson Beck can do in this game. I think we'll go full screen on this in just a minute. C-Downs, we appreciate you as well. Garrett Clemens in with $49.99. We'll turn the screen and we'll get it going on the third quarter here in Tuscaloosa as Alabama leads 30-7. ETN trying to get to the outside, and Alabama's defense able to wrap up ETN. It's going to be a second down for the Georgia Bulldogs. This is their first drive. Carson Beck, you're going to have to see him turn it up in some capacity. And really, I thought I would see a little bit more heat from Alabama's defense, but clearly, I mean, they've done a great job kind of sitting back and playing, I guess, elite defense, right? I mean, this is a top 1 or 2 pick in the NFL draft. At least I thought he was. I mean, and you know who increased their draft stock is Milroe. He continues to climb, I promise you. Who doesn't want a quarterback like him on your roster? All right, Carson Beck going deep. You can't get behind the receivers, and it's incomplete. It's going to be a 3rd and 10 for Georgia. This is a look at our fan sponsors of the show. Thank you so much. Super chats go so far. Thank you so much. So does thumbs up. Or you becoming a fan funder. I think somebody just became a fan funder early on in the show, so thank you so much. 30-7. It is 3rd and 10 for the Georgia Bulldogs. Carson Beck has 2 wide receivers up at the top, at the bottom as well, and takes the snap. Carson Beck gets pressure. That's exactly what we were talking about. You get a sack from up the middle. I talked about that going into this game. You needed to see pressure from the inside linebackers. That's the first sack of Deontay Lawson this season. And that is because Tate Ratledge is missing at the right guard position, so you knew that was going to be a vulnerable spot for the Georgia offensive line. We talked about this all this week, and this is the first time this season that we have seen Alabama send a blitz package. So what they did was they come kind of with an in and out, and you saw it on your TV screen. Deontay Lawson able to get there. That was Q-Rob as well, and the punter in tights comes out and punts it down, and looks like it will be Cole Adams who fair catches it. I love it. Look, I asked you again, what do you think about that? The Alabama defense is pretty damn good. This is a Georgia Bulldog team that did what it wanted to against Clemson. Now, I get it. You're like, Clemson, I know. I'm just saying, the way that they looked in that game, you're either getting better or worse. I thought the Georgia football team, I don't know. I mean, were they overlooking Kentucky? Is Kentucky a good team? I don't know. What I know is this Alabama team is a buzzsaw. Nobody wants this team on defense or offense. Let's see what they can do right here. Jalen Milroe has 2 wide receivers, and Jeremy Bernard goes in motion to the top of your screen. Looks like Jalen Milroe is going to keep it and get to the outside. And then he throws a Georgia Bulldog guy 3 yards. And thanks to our fan funders, we got Garrett added as well. Kurt Downs, we thank you so much for the super chats. Super chats go so far. Thank you so much. We put a lot into the show. Our graphics are cooked in house. Think of it like fresh bread that we're cooking. So we don't have a graphics department. We do everything in house. So to everybody that has contributed on the show, thank you so much. We really appreciate you guys. We want to put our best foot forward when covering the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Proctor was beating the crap out of somebody over there, and Jalen Milroe runs it, and it's going to be a 3rd down for Alabama.
There's a small update on law.
Okay, we have an update on Law. Go ahead, T.
It says Charlie Potter is reporting that Kendrick Law has just emerged from the locker room. He's walking gingerly and doesn't have his helmet on.
Huh. So Kendrick Law, a guy that we saw get in the game, he recorded a reception tonight, and then he was going to throw a pass, got injured on the play. So Charlie Potter said of on 3 that he's walking gingerly. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Throws it. It is incomplete, and Alabama starts the second half with the punt. So they go 3 and out. I don't know. I didn't like that series of downs. I don't know if Georgia makes some different calls. Elijah Pritchett was getting pushed back. Jeremy Bernard, I don't know. It was maybe not the best ball by Milroe. Bernard can't get to it, and Alabama comes out. This will be the first punt, I think, of the night, right, from James Burnap. And I think James Burnap's family came from Australia to see this game.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, fair enough.
Yeah. So he came all the way from Australia to see him kick that nice punt. He's going to be wrapped up by a host of Crimson Tide defenders. That was Jeremy Bernard. Wasn't? No, that's not him. Oh, that's King Mack. Because in college football, there's guys with the same numbers. But you know what? Jam Miller, before he's the star running back, he played a lot of special teams here. All right, let's see what Carson Beck can do once again. We'll take a short commercial break. Georgia about to have the football. It's the third quarter. Alabama rolling. We're on Bama Football on YouTube. Love you guys. See you guys in just a second. All right, Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Appreciate you guys being here. Got a super chat. Looks like it's from a Georgia fan, Just Business, $5 in. Says, comeback time, baby. Look, it's not over till it's over. You got to get something going on this drive. I mean, it's been a tough night for Carson Beck. The Alabama defense, man, the first drive for Georgia comes out and you get sacked by Deontay Lawson. I knew that Georgia's interior offensive line would be a little sus, considering that Tate Ratledge, like, we get it. Like, Alabama fans get it. Like, Tate Ratledge is a guy at right guard, right? You don't want to play without Tyler Booker or Jaden Roberts. Has it impacted the game that much? Probably not, but that time it did. I mean, with Alabama able to get to, Carson Beck in that time, that was right up the middle. That was on the left side, but you get what I'm saying. I think it does have an impact onto Georgia's line. Alabama has allowed just 142 yards of offense tonight. The defense, man, I've been really pleased with Kane Womack. I've been talking about him for a long time. I think he's done a really good job with his defense. He had to reconstruct this entire defense. And he was talking with Coach Saban. Let's see what they can do. Here comes Georgia. This is their second drive of the third quarter. Carson Beck has a man in motion. That's forward of the motion up top. Looks like it's going to be a pass from Carson Beck. He's going to find a wide receiver. It looks like he caught it, and then he dropped it. That was 4 on the catch and drop. It's going to be called an incomplete pass. I guess you could call that an RPO to the outside. It was a good ball. The wide receiver just couldn't hang on to it based off a hit from Deshaun Jones. So it'll be a second down for the Georgia Bulldogs. Appreciate you guys being here. Remember, after the game, we'll have Coach Kalen DeBoer, the press conference and the post-game show. So we'll have all that coming your way right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here tonight right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Carson Beck opens up with the pass to the outside, and that's going to be a third down for Georgia. Kane has the vest on. Do you see this vest he's wearing? I bet that vest, wherever you got the vest from, is going to fly off the shelves. Do you see this vest? He loves hoodies. I think he loves hoodies more than I do. No, I know he's always rocking a hoodie. All right, Carson Beck back to pass. It is 3rd and 6. He's still in shotgun formation. Alabama does not send pressure. Carson Beck is going to run for, I don't know, looks like a nice little pickup. And he does not get the first down. It is going to be like a 4th and 1. So I don't know. Let's see what Carson Beck has. I mean, he came up the middle. Alabama didn't necessarily send pressure. He tried to get the first down, and he was going to be stuffed. So it's a 4th and 1, and Georgia is going for it. They're going to try to get it up to the right side, and I don't know if they're going to get the first down or not. It looked like he did. He might have got the first down depending on the spot. I don't know. It looked like I don't know if he got the first down. All right, so it looks like he did. Okay, so Carson Beck back in action. He has a shotgun set. He has 2 wide receivers at the top, 3 at the bottom. Moving the chains. This second half has started out kind of weird. All right, so Carson Beck back to pass, and he's going to take up to the right side of the screen. And Carson Beck has now rushed for another, 8-yard gain. John, what's up, man? I don't know. I wanted to see the defense be tested. I think they've answered the bell. I mean, this is Georgia we're talking about. I mean, here's a back to the outside. It looks like it could have been called for a horse collar as well. That's to love it. Looks like there's going to be a penalty on this. Georgia doesn't have like explosive guys on the outside like Alabama does. But this is still Georgia. And to see Alabama being able to play at this level, the defense is a lot better than – I think the defense is good. I think the offense – this team's a buzzsaw, right? The only things that now I guess my questions when I look at this team is like, what does Graham Nicholson do? We never see him kick field goals because they just scored touchdowns. Are they penalized too much? But, this team's good. This team is really, really good. I think the only team that beats this team, kind of the rest of the way is maybe like a home field advantage with, Alabama playing like crap. But, man, they can put points on the board. The defense is good. They're fast. They're everywhere. So, we'll see. Still a lot of time to play here in this game. Here comes Georgia, 2 wide receivers, has a running back, ATN in the back, and it looks like it's going to be another penalty on Georgia. This will be their second consecutive penalty. Georgia has now been penalized in this game 7 times for 60 yards. Alabama has 7 penalties for 65 yards. So there's been, 14 penalties in this game, and we're in the midway of the third quarter. That was a false start. Where's all the touchdowns? Right? Third quarter started off a little bit sloppy. All right, it is 2nd and 11 for Georgia. Shotgun formation for Carson Beck. It's going to be a handoff to Georgia running back, and he's not going anywhere. And if you guys missed it, Still checking on an injury report. Maybe we could add that to trending topics. Kendrick Law looks like he's kind of hobbling on the sideline after he recorded a catch. He wasn't hurt on the catch. He was hurt on a play that they threw it out to him behind the line of scrimmage. He was going to throw it on some sort of a gadget play, and then he got injured. So he's on the sideline, I guess, according to Charlie Potter. He's hobbling. Third down for Georgia. I mean, I'm going to stop saying shotgun. He's in shotgun every single time. You got 2 wide receivers up to the top, 2 wide receivers to the bottom. It's a quick screen to Georgia, and big hit by Malachi, but the wide receiver keeps going and looks like he's going to be out of bounds. It's going to be like 4th and 2. I think if you're Georgia, you go for this again, right? You got to keep, you're trailing. Fourth and 3, Georgia's going for it again. They've gone for it on 4th down several times throughout the night. 3 of 3 so far. Carson Beck back to pass. He's able to complete a pass to 6, and he catches it. He gets the first down. His helmet falls off, and it's another first down. Georgia on 4th down tonight. Yo, check this out. On 3rd down, Georgia is 0 for 8. That's the number 1 ranked 3rd down defense in the country you're going against. But on 4th down, Georgia is 3 of 3 tonight, picking up yet another first down on 4th down to move the sticks. This drive is aggravating. This is one of those aggravating drives. It's 10 plays, 21 yards. Carson Beck back to pass. The ball is tipped by Malachi Moore. You get what I'm saying? Like, this drive is aggravating. It's 10 plays for 21 yards. Like, it's not going anywhere, but it's lasted 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Second and 10 for Georgia on this long drive that has gone nowhere. Right? They just showed the drive screen on TV as well. I'm telling you, it's a weird drive. It looks like ETN is going to get, I don't know, let's call it 5 yards. It's going to bring up a 3rd and 5. On the night, Alabama's been great against 3rd down. This is the best. That's one thing that I always talk about is 3rd down defense. If you play 3rd down defense, you are going to win a lot of games. This team has done that. Man, Deontay Lawson and Jahad Campbell. And Kane Womack, that's the problem. I'm going to freak you guys out, but I don't think Kane Womack will be here that long. He already sounds like a head football coach. He was a head football coach last year. All right, 3rd down and 5. Carson Beck, back to pass. He's attacking Devontae Smith, and it's going to be incomplete. I don't see a flag, and it's going to be 4th and 5. Georgia is now 0 in 9 on 3rd downs. Kirby Smart is begging for a penalty. I don't know. Devontae Smith was in his face. Yeah. Maybe that was a makeup call for when Georgia was hugging Jeremy Bernard. Now, Tony Tsoukalas is reporting that Devontae Smith is down, I guess, on the next play. I don't know. We'll keep you posted. I didn't see Devontae Smith got hurt. T, could you write that down as well? Devontae Smith is down. Probably cramps. It looks like, from the TV broadcast, it looked like cramps. Jamal was like, that's PI. I think that was kind of a makeup PI call from when Bama didn't get theirs. Take a commercial break. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. they're showing a Verbo commercial right now of Coach Saban. Have you got these commercials of Coach Saban are amazing. The best one so far. We're still on commercial break on the TV. Alabama up 30-7. 5 minutes to play in the third quarter. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. But these commercials are hilarious. The newest one is it was like a 15-second commercial, maybe 30 seconds. And it's Coach Saban, and he has a blazer on, just what he wears, like to work. And he has his slacks on, but he doesn't have his shoes on. And he's like in this like Zen space, and he has his feet in the sand, and he doesn't say a word. And it's called Game Day Zen. Have you seen this? It's hilarious. Like all these commercials that they keep coming out with are funnier than the next. Yeah, yes, and he's clipping that bonsai tree, right? Oh man, that is so funny. Man, look at all the great coaches Alabama's had. Just amazing. And Coach Saban's just absolutely crushing it. He has a statue. He's a living legend. The cool thing is that they're honoring him, right? They named the field after him. He already got the statue. Miss Terry needs to be taken care of. I'm just saying, she needs a plaque. Someone said a garden. I don't know. Do something. All right, we're back. 4th and 5. It is Carson Beck. Looks like there's flags everywhere. It's going to be incomplete, nearly picked off by Jahar Campbell. I don't know. There was flags everywhere. Let's see what the call is. There's been 13 penalties in this game, 6 on Georgia, 7 on Alabama. Officials are talking about it. I don't know what it was. It's going to be a holding call on the offense. And it's going to be offsetting penalties. And I guess we'll replay 4th and 5. Okay. Yeah. That was weird. All right. Here we go. So I'm going to replay the down. It is 4th and 5 after offsetting penalties. Here comes Carson Beck once again. Carson Beck on the night is 12-26, 122 with 2 interceptions against this Alabama defense. Let's see if they can get a first down. They are 3 of 3 on the night. He has 3 wide receivers up top. Carson Beck tries to get it out. He cannot connect with the wide receiver. Deontay Lawson playing amazing defense, and that is a turnover on downs. There's another flag on the play. And I think that's going to be a pass interference call on Deontay Lawson, which is going to be an automatic first down for Georgia. Oh, my goodness, man. These penalties. There's been so many penalties in this game. Let's see. Oh, so Deontay Lawson, they say he pulled the shirt. All right. I guess you can't do that. 8 penalties for 75 yards for the Crimson Tide. And it is another first down for Georgia. All right, Carson Beck, back to pass. Alabama not sending pressure. Beck going up top. It is nearly intercepted. They were trying to test Red Morgan, who's a freshman. He nearly came up with the interception. Back there, well, I think that was Malachi Moore who nearly came up with the interception. But they were trying to test Red Morgan, who did not get beat. I mean, he didn't let the wide receiver get behind him. That was good defense. See, I love the Alabama safeties. Malachi and Keon Sabb, those guys are absolutely elite. That was really good defense by Red Morgan, besides not turning around his head. But you know, the main point is they didn't allow a completion. Carson Beck back to pass again. It is 2nd and 10 for the Crimson Tide. This is a very sloppy second half. I agree. A pass out to the outside, and Red Morgan can't make the tackle. Georgia running to the sideline, and they're going to get to the 10-yard line. This drive. So look, now we have this drive is aggravating. Okay, you've had 3 drives like this season. This is another one. This is the type of drive that pisses you off, okay? They had one against South Florida. They had one against Wisconsin. And this is the next one against Georgia. This drive, all right, Carson back to pass. It's a touchdown pass. And Georgia is 30 to 14, I guess, depending on if they go for 2-point conversion, to Arian Smith. That drive was 15 plays, and it lasted 80 yards. It was 6 minutes and 44 seconds. And, there was a lot of flags on that drive. There was a time where it was 10 plays for 21 yards. Deontay Lawson got called for a pass interference, which kept the chains moving. Carson Beck throws a 32-yard pass and a 12-yard touchdown pass. And Georgia will go for 2, right now trailing 30-13 with 5 minutes and 6 seconds left in this third quarter. That was oh my God, that drive. Yeah, you're right. That's a long drive. You keep the offense off the field. Here's Carson Beck. He's rolling out. They're trying to get the 2-point conversion. And he gets it. What a throw. That was a good throw. I think that was to Lucky. Yeah, that's to Lawson Lucky. That's his last name is Lucky. Carson Beck probably with his best throw of the night. He rolls out and he finds his tight end. That is Lawson Lucky, who comes up with a nice touchdown. 2-point conversion. And the score is now 30-15. Alabama has to. I would love to see them get something, going now. They haven't scored in this half. I'm looking at this. Yeah, you just haven't had anything, productive go on. That was a 15-play, 80-yard drive. It takes the momentum out, right? You want to keep Alabama. If you're Georgia, you want to keep the Alabama offense off the board. Georgia's in a tough place because you can't put Alabama's offense back too fast because they score. But you got to eat clock up so Alabama's offense doesn't get back on the field. Either way, I was going to say that's their best drive, but then again, they got a pass interference call that led to a first down. Either way, it's 30-15. I'll be back in 2 seconds, and then Alabama gets the football back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Alabama about to get the football back, leading this game 30-15. Georgia scored on a 15-play, 80-yard drive. The pass was complete to Aaron Smith for 12 yards, and then they got the successful 2-point conversion to make it a 15-point game. Now, Alabama scored 30 points in the first half, but Georgia right now, with a little bit of momentum, I would say. I think considering the way that the first half went, Alabama probably feels they should have put more points on the board in that game, in that half, rather. Maybe 10 points, as I was saying during my halftime report. But it is what it is. The update on Kendrick Law looks like he's hobbling around. Deontay Lawson, I think he's fine. But we did see Red Morgan in, which is common. He plays a lot. Right now, Ryan Williams is returning the kickoff return, and I don't know. He gets, let's say, 15. So we're in the third quarter. This will be Alabama's, I think this is their second possession of this quarter. Jalen Milroe right now 18 of 22 with 199 yards. Got to get something going, right? Alabama will start this drive with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Got to get something going. What's up, fam? I appreciate you guys being here. 321 up in the house. Let's see what the offense can do. Here's Jalen Milroe. Looks like Jam Miller in the background. It's going to be a shovel out to Jam Miller, and he is not going anywhere. Gets pushed out for maybe a gain of 1. Justice Haynes has 24 yards, and Jam Miller has 9. So, we are talking, would Jam Miller have more than 50 yards in this game? Would Justice Haynes have more than 31? Well, clearly those guys haven't in this game so far. 2nd and 10 for the Alabama Crimson Tide. No blocking, Pete Cola says. Yeah, I guess so. Georgia's defense, built to, stop the run. Their secondary is, I guess it played well. It's just Milroe's been slicing them up. Here he is connecting with Ryan Williams again. Ryan Williams now over 48. He had 48 yards. Now he has. That was a nice pickup. Jalen Milroe back to pass. He's going to find Ryan Williams. Oh, my goodness. That was crazy. Yo, so Ryan Williams with the circus catch. Yo, so Ryan Williams was seriously a circus catch. The ball goes up in the air. He bobbles it up. He's able to catch. It is crazy. Then he gets crushed. But Ryan Williams coming up, that was, what was that? 54 yards. How did he catch that? Yo, that was crazy. So he goes up. It hits him. It hits the defender, then it pops back up. He turns around. Yo, this dude is like, that was crazy. Oh my goodness. Yo, that was, oh my God, dude, that is, stop it. He's not human. He's not. This guy, man. 17. That was crazy. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. So he's caught 5 receptions, 102 yards. That's crazy. That's a Sports Center top 10. To be able to retain concentration at a point in time like that, that was crazy. So I don't know. I'm speechless. The guy is something else, man. Jalen Milroe now has thrown for over 265 yards. He has 112 yards rushing. What else you want, man? That was crazy. All right, so Alabama now in the red zone. It's a 1st and 10. I don't know what the officials are talking about here. But Ryan Williams has 5 receptions in this game for 100 yards, 102 yards to be precise. Just absolutely slicing everybody up. Alabama in the red zone. Just when you needed momentum, this is the guy that can absolutely give you that momentum, right? See, the officials I don't know what they're doing right now. They're kind of delaying something. I don't know what the call is. It's 1st and 10. And it is going to be a keeper by Milroe to the outside, getting a good block by Robbie Oots, but he's tackled out of bounds. And it is going to be 2nd down for the Crimson Tide. That was unbelievable. All right, so Alabama trying to get one into the end zone. It is 2nd and 8 from, I don't know, the 12-yard line. Jalen Milroe has Jam Miller in motion. Milroe's going to take it to the outside. He's going to be wrapped up again, and it is now going to be 3rd down. Kind of some weird calls right here. Right? Like, P. Call, I really haven't liked this entire second half, right? We're like, it's a different offense. Like, keep doing what we were doing in the first half. I don't know. We'll see if they can put in the end zone. It's 3rd and 10 for the Crimson Tide. Jalen Milroe dumps it out to Justice Haynes, who is going to be tackling. It's a 4th down. So you'll see Graham Nicholson come out. This would be his first field goal of the season. He is 0-1, missing a field goal against Wisconsin. Remember, he won the Lou Groza Award last year. So he will come on to kick what would be a 28-yard field goal. This should be easy money for somebody of this caliber. So let's see what he does. He lines up, kick is up, and it is good. Graham Nicholson has put some points on the board. That is his first kick that is good for the Alabama Crimson Tide, and the Crimson Tide now lead 33. Oh my goodness. That was this close to hitting the upright. Seriously, that was like this close. He almost missed that. He almost hit the pylon. Man, that's scary. Anyways, the drive was 7 plays, 69 yards. The highlight of that drive was, of course, Ryan Williams. Just when oh my goodness, what a catch by Ohio State's wide receiver. The highlight was Jalen Milroe back to pass, and he finds freshman superstar Ryan Williams, who tips the ball up and comes down with like the most ridiculous catch, and Alabama is able to get 3 out of it. So it's 33-15. There's a minute 23 in it is 33-15. There is 1:23 in the third quarter. Alabama, I would say, has some momentum. You want to get a touchdown right there. I mean, the last thing you want to do is Georgia to come down and score a touchdown, clearly, because I do feel that Georgia feels that they're still in this game. So let's see what Carson Beck and company can do. They have scored a touchdown earlier, and they did get a successful 2-point conversion. Kick is away, and here comes Georgia, and they will take it at 20. Be right back in 2 seconds right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, back in action. Carson Beck trying to throw. It is a deep pass. It is knocked down. Damani Jackson has played really good. Man. And I like him in contested situations. Man, that was physical right there. That's good. We needed to see him come up and play in a game like this. He's been playing light competition. This is the game that we've seen him. That was a damn good play by Damani Jackson. Really good play. It is 2nd and 10 for Georgia. It's going to be a handoff to Etienne. It's going to be wrapped up. He's probably going to get, 3 yards. So Georgia is going to face a 3rd down, which they've had a lot of issues with today. They are 0 for 9 on 3rd down against Alabama. You're right. Anthem 21. I see you, man. The DBs, they've done an amazing job, so far. They really have. My eye was going to be on them. We're going to break them down. I wanted to see how they fared against coverage, against some better competition. They've done a really good job. Carson Beck, it is 3rd and 6. Back to pass, 0 of 9 on 3rd down conversions. They are able to. That's a 1st down. Okay, so they're 1 for 10. They moved the sticks. It was a completed pass by Carson Beck, and they get a first down, so Georgia will move the chains. He's got 2 wide receivers and a tight end. So got a running back. Fakes the pitch out. Carson Beck to pass. Downfield, and it's going to be incomplete to a wide receiver that would have been open. I mean, I think Georgia still has a little bit of life left. Just a little bit. So you need a big play here. Like a pick 6 would be just what the doctor ordered, right? You have 12 seconds before the fourth quarter. Remember, after the stream, we got the post-game show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And we'll have, we'll break it down, tell you what we learned. We'll also have Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Carson Beck back to pass, throws it. Xavier Brown's all over him, does an amazing job, but they're going to pick up about 5 yards, and we will go into the fourth quarter. Hey, fourth quarter, hold them up. It is 33-15. We're going to the fourth quarter. Be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. Fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I'm back. I haven't checked this in a minute. What? It still has Alabama as a 98% favorite to win the game. I have this like ESPN graphic that I like to go to. So the win probability is at 98%. So here in the first quarter, it was. You see how it just changes, right? 76, 83. There was at one point, it was 98.8 on the Richter scale. And then it was 98.6. Dang, at one point it was 99.0. And then it was, look at this one. And it kind of went down. Okay, so I like graphs. I like charts. That's what it says. Still a lot of play. I mean, clearly, Georgia's hoping that something goes well here in the fourth quarter. I mean, it has to. I mean, the way that they've been playing, that was a really weird third quarter, right? That didn't feel good. Nothing. I don't know. Here's a look at our show sponsors. I appreciate you guys. Remember, after this, we got Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference and much more right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you to everybody listed, as well as just everybody inside the comment box that is watching. We have Georgia with the football, and that's going to be a 4th down. Nice wrap-up by Deontay Lawson, who is in the backfield for the Crimson Tide. You gotta keep going for it. I mean, Georgia's had a little bit of success on 4th downs. They are 3 of 3. I mean, a lot of success. And here is Georgia on a critical 4th down in the 4th quarter. It is 4th and 6. Carson Beck is speaking to his offensive line. Let's see what happens here. See if they can get something going. It is 4th and 6. Watch for the inside linebackers. There's Quay Russo. Good to see him out. Carson Beck trying to get something going. It is going to be complete. So this team is 4 of 4 on 4th downs. That's not good. We don't like that. I mean, this is the crazy thing. They're 1 of 11 on 3rd downs, but 4 of 4 on 4th downs. All right, Beck with 4 wide receivers, as he usually does. He has plenty of time. He is going to be stripped. The ball comes out, and it is going to be recovered by the Crimson Tide. Jamarian Lathan, we got the turnover chain again. It was caused by, it looked like Q-Rob, right? Q-Rob, Georgia fans cannot believe it. They had a little bit of life left. And now that completely takes the life out. So Q-Rob chasing him down. Q-Rob was back after a leg injury against Wisconsin. He's at the wolf position, comes out. He's going to fight off a defender. He's going to chase down Carson Beck. He's super athletic. The guy's like 260 pounds. Strips Carson Beck, and Jamarian Lathan falls on the ball. You get another turnover. That's the 3rd time I've got to wear the turnover chain tonight. Yo, the defense came up with it, man. So Jalen Milroe now just across the 50-yard line. He's going to hand the ball off to Justice Haynes. Justice Haynes going to get, let's call it 6. And Alabama now, that's the type of momentum that you needed. Man, that was huge, right? Because Georgia had just got a 4th down conversion. They had a little bit of life left. So here come the Crimson Tide. You would love to see a big play right here from the Tide. Let's see what the offense can do. A little bit of a momentum swing. 12:59 left before the final of this game. Remember, after the game, we will bring you Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference. Jalen Milroe to the outside. It is another designed quarterback run that doesn't go for much. And it is 3rd down. Sorry, T? That wasn't pretty. Yeah. A lot of designed runs. Jalen Milroe has rushed the football 14 times. To give you an idea, Justice Haynes has rushed 4 times, and Jam Miller just 4 times tonight. So they're really relying on Jalen Milroe on a lot of designed runs, and that's Alabama's offense. It's going to be Jalen Milroe through the air, 22 of 26, and Jalen Milroe on the ground, right? All right, so here you go. You got 3 wide receivers. Looks like even Cole Adams is here. Jalen Milroe on looks like a screen of some sort, and that is going to bring up a 4th down. Man, something happened with Alabama's offense in the second half. I don't know if they're playing too conservative. Something changed. I don't know. Maybe Georgia made some changes. Something changed, and they don't use the running backs. They don't. I mean, think about this. Justice Haynes had 2 carries against Wisconsin. And in this game, Justice Haynes has 4 carries. So in the past 2 games, Justice Haynes, you're telling me Justice Haynes has 6 carries. As much as we love this Alabama offense, I mean, you got Milroe, and you can't stop him. I mean, look at this punt by James Burnham. It could have been down. I think that was Keon Sapp. Could have been inside the 20, but it goes in the end zone, so Georgia will get the ball. I mean, Jam Miller has got the ball 4 times. I would have thought, okay, look, if I'm up in the 3rd quarter and it is 30-7, I am doing everything possible, even if it's using Jalen Milroe. I'm trying to run the football to pick up 1st down. It hasn't seemed like there's been any sort of continuity in the second half. The third quarter, you only come up with 3 points. I didn't like that drive. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened in the second half. The first half was A+. This isn't the same offense. I don't know. Maybe Georgia's defense, they did something different. I don't know. So, I mean, what is it? A tale of two halves? I mean, Georgia's, I guess, they're winning the second half 8-3, right? But this is a really weird, I get it. There's a lot of players that need to eat, but like the running backs don't. I mean, and look, I guess maybe Georgia's defense just stopping the run, but I'm just surprised that Jam only has 4 carries and Justice has 4. Like, I would have never thought. I mean, think about this. Like, you look at Kendrick Line, I know he's hurt, but he only has 2 receptions this year. Kobe Prentice, what does he have, like 6? But they're still effective. Like, the way that they were in the first half, man, nobody beats that team. This team, I don't know. I'm going to have to, like, do some rewatch. I think they should have scored maybe 40 points in the first 2 halves. I don't know about now. It just hasn't been it. I'll be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, fam, we are back in the fourth quarter. There's 11 minutes and 32 seconds left. There's a lot of football. Carson Beck back to pass. Man, another great play on the secondary, this time from Jalen Mbakwe. I think the secondary, they've played well. I mean, these are freshmen. I mean, Damani Jackson, we hadn't seen, he's not a freshman, clearly, but he's played great. This is a really good play right there by Jalen Mbakwe playing the ball. That is an amazing job, literally. Like, you get in and you make a play like that, that's high-level SEC football. The guy's only a freshman. Like, that is damn good football. You know what? And Xavier Brown's been playing. He's been playing tough. He got beat that first time, but it wasn't terrible. And I thought he's played good. He's made some really good open field tackles tonight. Deshaun Jones, I thought he's played good. That was a good open field tackle, right? Malachi Moore, he's made plays. Keon Sabb, of course, he made play. The secondaries, they have played really good. The defense is really. I mean, Chris, I agree. I want to see pressure from the defense as well. Kane kind of told us about this. He said that they might not send pressure to sacrifice coverage. So, I mean, they have done well tonight. So, but they don't often send pressure. There's pressure up the middle right there, and they go deep, and that is another batted ball, this time by another freshman in Red Morgan. That was, you get what I'm saying? Back-to-back plays by 2 freshmen coming up with really big plays. That's another batted ball right there by Red Morgan. Imagine when these guys are like sophomores later on in the year. Like, this is elite. That was Jalen Mbakwe and then Red Morgan. Really, really good plays. And I'm sure Coach Saban is up there smiling, being an old DB coach. Those are really good batted balls, playing the ball really well. Carson Beck back to pass again, trying to find a wide receiver. It is once again, are they going to call pass interference on Keon Sabb? I think that's what the call is going to be. Alabama has now been penalized 10 times in this game. Oh, it's going to be a holding on the defense. Defensive holding. Now, what have you guys thought of the Alabama secondary? Specifically the freshmen. 3 freshmen playing high-level football. Xavier Brown, Red Morgan, Jalen Mbakwe. If you guys felt the same, right? We're saying the same thing. The secondary doing well. That defensive holding moves the chains. Alabama's now been flagged 10 times for almost 100 yards. 9 for 85. There's a stat. 1st and 10 for Georgia. Carson Beck trying to get something deep. And he completes the pass. He's going to be taken down by Keon Sabb. 85 yards of penalties, obviously not good. You know, I saw something that Coach Kalen DeBoer's teams, while they're good, they have a lot of penalties. I don't know if that's kind of thing, because they didn't have a lot of penalties against Wisconsin, but they did the first 2 games. So 3 out of 4, 75%, they've had a lot of penalties. That is a deep ball. Jalen Mbakwe is now beat. That was not good. And Georgia's in scoring position. And it's a 6-play drive so far. And Georgia's about to, they could score a touchdown right here. Carson Beck leading his Bulldogs. He's back to pass, and he finds Lawson Lucky once again for another touchdown. Okay. It is 21-33. So they're going to have to get the 2-point conversion again to cut it within 10 points. That was a 6-play. The second half of this game is not it. I mean, Georgia's outscoring Alabama in the second half right now, 14-3. And I don't like this. It is 33-21. They have to get this 2-point conversion to cut it to 10. There's still a lot of time left. The way that Alabama's playing in the second half on offense, who knows? Beck back to pass. It is swatted down by Keon Sabb, and it remains 33-21. So here you go. 33-21. T, we got the scoreboard. Do we have is the graphic updated for Carson Beck versus Jalen Milroe? We have a side-by-side comparison where you could see the two. All right, let's see what ESPN has to say in terms of the percentage. It's still at 96.6%. I don't know what happened or what's happening, but this isn't the same team. Rank this team. Is this the top 5 team? Is this the number 1 team? Remember when we were rolling in the beginning? We're like, is this the number 1 team in the country? Yeah. What is this? I don't think that this team is the number 1 team. It's weird. I don't know what happened. You know what? It seems like the offense kind of fell off, and they're not running the football effectively. I mean, I would imagine they go to the running backs this next series, but Justice Haynes, if you would have told me that against Wisconsin and Georgia, that Justice Haynes would only have 6 carries, like, man, how many carries do you think Justice Haynes would have in other programs? Like 15, 20 a game? What about Jan Miller? Jan Miller has 4 carries in this game. 4. So I don't know. Let's see what happens here. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Let's see what happens. It is 33-21 with 9:46 left to play in the game. All right, we're back. It is 33-21. What was it? Yeah, this has been a really wacky, weird second half of football. This is a critical drive. I mean, I would imagine like you try to sustain something, eat the clock, right? Here's Boise State and Washington State already getting wacky. Oh, yeah, my turnover chain. All right, someone timestamp that. All right, Alabama with 2 tight ends. You got Josh Cuevas and C.J. Dupree down at the bottom of your screen. You got, looks like Jam Miller in the backfield. Jalen Milroe back to pass. He is looking. He passes it downfield, and it is incomplete. And it'll be 2nd and 10. Huh. Man, this is weird, right? Like, they don't have any momentum. They've been outscored 14-3 in the second half. Jalen Milroe, it seems like he's even been off. Huh. This is weird. Yeah, got to close out. All right, let's get a drive here. All right. Milroe has, looks like Josh Cuevas and looks like Jeremy Bernard down at the bottom. I don't know where Ryan Williams is. Cole Adams is in up at the top of your screen. And it looks like Jam Miller is the running back. Jalen Milroe on a quarterback keeper. He's going to keep it himself. He's going to get out of bounds, and looks like he picked up 4 yards. So it's going to be a 3rd and 6 for Alabama. Still a lot of time left. You got to get some first downs. Keep the clock going. Kalen DeBoer's like, what is going on? This is his SEC debut. Now, that first half was about as beautiful as something can get. Alabama on the night is 2 of 8 on 3rd downs. Yuck. Here's Jalen Milroe. They're facing a 3rd and 7. Jalen Milroe has a little bit of pressure, but he's going to be able to complete a nice pass to Cole Adams, who now has, looks like almost a robotic arm on. Do you see that brace he had on? Looks like RoboCop. Who's old enough to remember RoboCop? Do you remember? Are you old enough to remember RoboCop?
Absolutely not.
You don't know who RoboCop is?
No, I do.
Oh, I was like, what? Yo, RoboCop was a weird. He was like, I think he turned bad. Anyways, that's who Cole Adams has an arm looks like. All right, 1st and 10 for Alabama. There's 8 minutes to play. Jalen Milroe hands off to Jam. Maybe that's why they can't run the ball. Maybe Georgia has a good run defense, and maybe Alabama's offensive line is getting beat. But maybe that's part of the game plan. That would be a good question. Why didn't you run the football more with the running backs tonight? What did you see from Georgia's defense? Laura's seen RoboCop. Yeah, RoboCop was. Remember? Yeah, it was. He was legit. All right, it is 2nd and 11. Jam Miller's still in the backfield. You have a tight end. You have. Looks like they're going to do a jet sweep kind of keeper. Jalen Milroe looks like he was going to hand it off and then decides to keep it, and then he's bottled up in the backfield. Some strange calls. It is 3rd down, 7:44 left to play. Just want to get out of this game now. I don't like this. All right, let's see what happens. It is a 3rd and 11. That's an interesting formation too. You have a tight end in the backfield. Jalen Milroe is going to get tagged, and it is batted down. God. And Alabama's going to have to punt. Yo. This is not the same team. Who is this team? This is like where, you remember, you go see who the offensive coordinator is. You pull off the face mask. What was the cartoon Scooby-Doo? And is Bill O'Brien or someone like that? Is Tommy Reese up there? What? This is not the same. Yeah, right. This isn't the same as the first half. Completely different. Oh, man. Jamal is getting pumped up. He's like, Jamal. The false start in Alabama. Holy shit. That is their 10th penalty for 90 yards. Oh, my God. This is like, ugh. Yeah, you're right. It's almost 100 yards in penalties. All right, so there's the snap. There's the punt from James Burnup. A quality punt, of course. And Georgia's going to start at 20. Be right back. This is a weird half. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully Alabama can get a stop on defense. Be right back. Fam, welcome back. All right, let's see what can happen. There's 7 minutes left. All right, maybe that timeout kind of cleared some stuff. Carson Beck and the Bulldogs trying to get something going. It is 33-21. Alabama still well ahead. The second half has not been the same as the first half. Carson Beck steps up. He tries to go deep. He has a wide receiver. He does connect, and it is out of bounds. It is a gain for 47 yards. No, it was for 30 yards. Sorry. So big play from Georgia. They're moving the chains. Okay. Carson Beck going deep, and Xavier Brown is beat. Ooh, my goodness. That's that freshman getting beat. Georgia's at the 1 yard line. Yo, this is crazy. So Georgia is now, after 2 long passes, you had a 30-yard and a 47-yard. He's racked up, 77 yards on 2 throws? And Georgia is at the 2 yard line about to score a touchdown to make this a game. Yo, at one point, Alabama was honestly favored. The win probability was 99, and here you go, and Georgia's about to punch it in and make it a 1-score game.
Yeah, he is. Actually, Beck is killing.
So Carson Beck has 339 passing yards in this game. We were talking about the secondary. We were piping them up, gassing them up, and now here we go. It has been something that Georgia has certainly attacked and been successful in this second half. Now, the 2nd and goal, I think, man, I think the secondary, they played well at times, but I think some of these deep balls, I mean, Georgia knew that this was something that they wanted to attack. Is that side-by-side graphic updated? Here's a look at the two quarterbacks head-to-head, just so you can kind of see. I mean, Jalen Milroe is 23 of 29 for 289 yards with 1 passing touchdown. He has 16 rushing attempts for 117 yards. Carson Beck has 23 of 41 for 339 yards with two touchdowns and 6 rushing attempts. So, Carson Beck's almost thrown for 400 yards on this team. So I'm not sure what's happening. It looked like they're going to have their backup center come in. So Georgia would be without, because I think they're without 2 starting linemen. It's 2nd and goal. There's 5 minutes left. There's plenty to play, especially when Alabama's there's no pressure. They haven't been sending the pressure. Kirby Smart's pissed about something. Man, I don't know what's going on. See, man, Georgia clearly didn't give up. You know what Coach Saban said? Coach Saban said at halftime, the game is not over. Georgia's missing now their starting center, who goes out. I don't know what happened to Alabama's defense, the offense. This is a weird. This is going to be a strange. Alabama hangs on to this game. This is going to be a strange victory. Like, kind of a tale of two halves. Like, that first half couldn't have been any better. Right now, you're looking at, Georgia putting on another touchdown, making it a one-score game with missing 2 of their key pieces on the offensive line. Here's a run. Here's a touchdown. Georgia gets in the touchdown, and now it is 27-33. Yo, they're a pick six. They're something away from winning the game. This is crazy. This is crazy. Remember that win probability that I was showing you? It's still climbing. Now it's at 85. Tim Keenan's down. Maybe write that down. Tim Keenan's down. I don't know what's wrong with Tim Keenan. This is crazy. I don't like it. I mean, I'm not sure, what happened in the second half. You guys tell me, what are you seeing? I mean, Georgia's offense, when you look statistically, they have 397 yards. Georgia never gave up in this game. Maybe Alabama, they go into the halftime 30-7. That's when, those gadget plays in the first half from I don't know. Those gadget plays took some points off the board, in my opinion. This is the largest comeback. Oh, the largest comeback win in school history was 25 points. Tonight they trailed by 28. I don't know. Alabama has to do something on offense on this next drive. My goodness. There's still so much time left. Plus, you got the 2-minute warning. The second half, terrible. Oh, my goodness. 33-28. In a game that you were absolutely dominating. I haven't seen Alabama play a game like this. This is perplexing. Jay Kim's on board. We got 408 watching on the back end. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Anderson and Bama Football on YouTube. This is a watch along. After this, we will go into the Kalen DeBoer press conference. We'll bring that right here on this same stream. Then I'll give you my thoughts, and then I will catch you guys for our post-game show. We'll, get some context. I'll tell you what I learned, trade some points back and forth. And then I will be live tomorrow in the morning taking your guys' calls. So we're already past the 10 p.m. window. I appreciate you guys being here. I'm supported by Super Chats, by you guys becoming fan funders if you guys like the product. Thank you very much for being here. To everybody inside the comment box, honestly, a thumbs up goes a long way. And just being here. If you're a subscriber, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We show stats. We'll have the interviews after the game. Kirby Smart as well. Ryan Williams fumbles the kickoff return, and Alabama will start, I'm not kidding you, at the 2-yard line. So Ryan Williams muffed the punt return, or the kick return. Cole Adams has to jump on it. And for everything that he's done right, that was a mistake. Cole Adams jumps on it, and now Alabama's starting at the 2-yard line. My goodness. This is a collapse. Man, 2 yards. All right, here we go. Jalen Milroe in shotgun. And it is going to be it's going to be Justice Haynes for, I don't know, let's call it 4. Holy cow. We got 5 minutes and 20 seconds. See what Jalen Milroe can do. Big-time players rise up in big-time moments. Got to get your team going. Jalen Milroe facing a 2nd and 6, and that is a nice catch by Jeremy Bernard. He kind of like leaned back and threw it, and Bernard somehow caught that. Yeah, that was a good play. So Alabama moves the sticks and will get a first down. Now, Georgia has all their timeouts, including the 2-minute warning, so there's a lot of time left. I appreciate you guys watching. Remember, the game's on ABC if you want to see the last remaining minutes of this game. I appreciate you guys being here. Jalen Milroe in shotgun is going to hand it off to Justice Haynes. Haynes picks up, I don't know, let's call it 3 yards. And haven't been able to run the football much. I mean, outside of Jalen Milroe, Alabama's running backs have kind of been held in check. Justice Haynes, 6 opportunities for 35 yards. And then Jam Miller, only 5 carries for 8 yards in this game. So good catch by Jeremy Bernard to move the sticks. It is second down and 9 for Alabama. Pass is completed to C.J. Dupree, which is going to be complete for 4 yards. So Alabama will face a 3rd down on conversions tonight. Alabama's just 30%, 3 of 10 on 3rd downs. So it'll be a 3rd and 4 for the Crimson Tide. Here comes Jalen Milroe. Has to get something going. He has Justice Haynes in the backfield. And there's 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It's going to be a dump off to Haynes. Haynes is not going to get the first down. And Alabama is facing a 4th down. I would imagine that they punt. Do you go for it? Do you go for it right here? I think you have to go for it. It's a 4th and 1. I mean, I don't like the field position. I don't know, fam. What do you think? You go for this? Yes? Type yes if you go for it. I think you do. I think you do. I mean, play to win. 4th and 1. They're going to punt, okay? I mean, of course, I mean, you're at the do you rely on your defense right now, the way that they've been playing? Here comes James Burnap with a punt. It's going to be fielded by Georgia, and Georgia now has the football with an opportunity to take the lead and maybe win the game. Wow. At one point in this game, Alabama was on this win probability board, right, the make-believe board, was favored at, look, I show you. Look, 80, 80, 95, 98, 92, 98, 99. Now it's at 80%. I don't know. I mean, hang on tight, okay? We'll get you through it. Hopefully this isn't the meltdown, the Bama football meltdown. See, they got to come with it. Carson Beck has been heating up. The secondary, they've been having a tough time after doing so well. Carson Beck, back to pass, no pressure. There's a man wide open, and he is going to get all the way down into the end zone. Oh, my goodness. Georgia has taken the lead on the Alabama Crimson Tide after a monster throw. This is an incredible comeback, a complete meltdown by Coach Kalen DeBoer and his staff. This is unbelievable. They're going for 2. It is 34-33. It's a 67-yard touchdown strike from Carson Beck to Dylan Bell. I have never seen anything like this. Fans are shocked. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. Georgia has just taken the lead in this game. Can you believe it? 34-33. What?
Did I miss a point?
No, but why is the scoreboard not updated? I don't know what happened to the scoreboard. Everything's going bananas right here. They're going for 2. They got it. They're trying to get up. Carson Beck is trying to run. He does not get it. He's stuffed. So now Alabama does have an opportunity. If they have to, they can get in field position and they can try to kick a field goal. I mean, my goodness.
Were they not at 27?
The score's on the screen. It's 34. It's 34-33, right? I don't think you missed a point because they didn't get the 2-point conversion. You're good. You got the scores right on here.
I know, but I added another.
No, you're fine. No, you're good. Man, 34-30. Yeah, the score's right on my screen. See, I don't think you missed it. Oh my goodness, that was, I mean, just right over the top, man. So, as much as we were saying Alabama's secondary was doing good, man, they have gotten exposed. Tonight, Carson Beck has thrown for 406 yards. So look, now at this ESPN, I have never, is this Alabama's biggest collapse? Seriously. Look at this, 74%, now 72% that Georgia wins this game in a time where, look at this, I've never seen this before. Alabama in the second half, 97. That's why the game is never over, right? 98. Look at this. And look at the collapse. Unbelievable. This is crazy. All right, but look, you got the best player in college football, all right? You got the best player in college football. Here we go. All you need is a field goal. You win the game. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You're in really good field position. I mean, you're at the 25. Plenty of time. You got your timeouts. You got a field goal kicker who won the Lou Groza Award. Jalen Milroe, back to pass. Ryan Williams. Oh, my God. Ryan Williams is going to get it to the end zone. My God. Yo, this is crazy. Oh, my God. Yo, Ryan Williams is the dopest wide receiver in college football, period. Right? This dude he's not real. The two guys ran into each other. Yo, did you see this? Yo, Ryan Williams comes up with a 75-yard touchdown. The best player in all of college football connects with the best wide receiver in all of college football for a 75-yard score, and Alabama comes back to take the lead 39-34. Ryan Williams isn't real. He's not real life. The guy on his screen, his blackout says kill everybody, and it's a one-play 75-yard drive. It was probably the most unbelievable touchdown we've seen this year in college football. And then Jalen Milroe, the best player in college football, comes up and hits Jeremy Bernard for the successful 2-point conversion. So it's 34-41. Can you believe that? Yo, Ryan Williams is absolutely going like this guy in this game. Okay, mind you, he's 17 years old. He's going pro next year, right? Next week. 6 receptions, 177 yards. So Jalen Milroe goes right to Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams makes an incredible adjustment, steps back. These two guys running into each other. He gets to the end zone. This guy, this is honestly elite. This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. Stops and the guys hit. How did he do that?
He's like looking behind him like.
Oh my God! Look at this adjustment. Oh my goodness, man. This guy. You know, I don't know what was crazier. All right, think about this play, okay? The throw, the catch, the adjustment, the run after the catch, and then to be able to have the peripheral vision to stop, have those two guys collide, and then the acceleration to continue to run into the end zone, and then you have Jalen Milroe come back and hit Jeremy Bernard. Yo, like, I'm telling you, the team that can beat Alabama is a team that can outscore them. I mean, they didn't play their best, and they haven't. That was the best thing. There's only been one good thing that's happened in this second half. Two things. I think Deontay Lawson got a sack in that play. That's it. And the 2-point conversion. Other than that, there hasn't been too much to talk about in the second half. That was probably the most electric play that we'll see during the college football season. Unless unless something else happens here, there's a lot of time left.
He always has 400 yards passing yards.
Jalen Milroe has 374 yards passing. The best player in college football, that's what the best player in college football does. Big time. What did I just say before that? I was like, big time players make big time plays in big time games, and the guy comes through with it. With a 75-yard touchdown to the best wide. I'm going to say it. I'm going to tell you this, okay? Ryan Williams is the best wide receiver in college football. He is. Watch this game back. Watch his tape. Watch the 6 receptions. Ryan Williams is the best wide receiver in college football. Period. Not freshman, best wide receiver in college football. 100%. All right, here we go. 41-34, Alabama. Now leading, Carson Beck tips it out. It's going to be incomplete, and it's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Georgia Bulldogs. Carson Beck, he's heated up in the second half. 406 yards with 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions in the first half. You know what I have to say? Carson Beck is a warrior because this guy, anybody else plays like that, in the first half, he had an intentional grounding that led to a safety. He had 2 interceptions. The guy didn't quit. He kept fighting. I got respect for people that keep fighting like that. Carson Beck's done a good job. I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the game, but I got respect for him. Here he is running the football. It's going to be a first. No, it looks like he was short. It's probably a 3rd and 2. But Ryan Williams is the best wide receiver in college football, period. That's it. And he's going to be here for 3 more years. I've never seen anything. Look, there's been a lot of incredible, like the talent here at Alabama. We've seen it. We're accustomed to it. This guy is different. And for those of you that haven't had appreciation for Jalen Milroe, like, this is it. The guy is 27 of 33 tonight. T, is the graphic updated with the side-by-side? Look at this. I'm about to show you 2 warriors going head-to-head, okay? When you look to this graphic that I'm about to show you, all right, look at these guys are absolute warriors. So you can start with Jalen Milroe on the left, 27 to 33, 374 yards. I think he has more than 1 touchdown pass, so we'll update that. He has 16 attempts, and that you're talking Jalen Milroe. He has 2 touchdown passes. He threw 1 to Jam Miller in the beginning. 16 rushes for 117 yards. Carson Beck on the right, 24 of 43, 406 yards passing with 3 touchdowns. I mean, these guys are absolutely balling out. And look, I love the way that Alabama played in the first half of this game. That was the number 1 team in the country. Now, they didn't play that way in the second half. I have to go back and watch and listen to the coaches talk about the game and explain what they saw in the second half. For me, I don't know. It seemed like they lost momentum. Maybe they thought they had it in the bag. I don't know. Maybe Georgia just made some adjustments. It could have been that. But what Alabama was able to do in that last drive when they were down, I mean, shows a lot of fight in this team, shows a lot of mentality. And, hey, Parcel Brown, no, dude, Milroe dude, you are so wrong, bro. Milroe, the way he's been playing tonight, man, this guy is playing like the best player in college football, period. Anybody else in college football, any other team would be begging to have somebody like that young man. Not only is he amazing on the field with a 27 to 33, 374, 2 touchdowns, and 16 rushes for 172. That's insane. That's crazy. The dude's he's accounted for 4 touchdowns, right, in this game. Right, put the team on his back, came up with a big-time play. Like, it's pitiful that there's people that still don't believe in him. Like, Man, think about the wide receivers that ate tonight. Seriously, look, Ryan Williams, 6', 177. Jeremy Bernard, 525. C.J. Dupree, Justice Haynes, Josh Cuevas, Kobe Prentice, Emmanuel Henderson, Kendrick Law, Jan Miller, Cole Adams, Robbie Oots. All those guys getting fed tonight, right? He's reached 11 different wide receivers, 374. And look, I know there might be some of you, and when it's Ty Simpson's turn, he will lead this team. But I guarantee you he's not doing this for Alabama right now. I promise you. Like, Jalen Milroe, this is the team that leads you to the championship game. There's not another quarterback out there that is doing this right here on this type of stage against Georgia. This isn't Virginia Tech, all right? This isn't Virginia Tech. This isn't Kentucky. Yo, yeah, where's the 4+2, the hat? Right? I got to go get, sometimes you don't change the hats, but I got the hat, right? Man, this is incredible. These are warriors. You know what? I'm just giving props to Carson Beck, because anybody else who would have played like that would have probably packed up and left. Remember when it was 21-0, you know what happens? You turn over the sticks. He didn't turn over the sticks. The guy came back and he played tough. He's been playing lights out in the second half, and he has an opportunity to lead his team down the field. Here we go. 2 minutes to go. 41-34. You're watching the watch along right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Here comes Carson Beck. He's got 2 wide receivers down to the bottom of your screen. They're going to get the first down and a little bit more off ETN's run, a really good run. That's going to go for, I don't know, let's say 12 yards. And here comes Alabama. Right? Sorry, here comes Georgia. It is 2nd and 10. There is 1:30 in this game. Remember, we will go right to Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference after this game. We'll also have Kirby Smart's press conference uploaded to this YouTube channel tonight. I appreciate you guys being here. Carson Beck back to pass. Not a lot of pressure. Looked like an inaccurate pass to the outside. He was going for Lawson Lucky, his tight end, who's come up big tonight. Lucky for Georgia has I think he got a 2-point conversion, but he only has 1 reception for 8 yards. It's been Arian Smith for Georgia, who's been the hot hand, 6 receptions for 132 yards. 2nd and 10 with 1:32 to go in this game. Alabama leads 41-34. We'll take a quick commercial break after this, and then we'll go right to Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference as soon as we have it. Carson Beck back in shotgun, 4 wide receivers, and a running back in the backfield. Carson Beck throws it. It is going to be complete, but short of the first down marker. It's going to be a 3rd and 1 for the Bulldogs. Big opportunity for Alabama's defense going up against what I would imagine Carson Beck probably be from what I've read, a number 1 or number 2 pick in the 2025 NFL draft. I mean, the way he played in the first half, my goodness. But the sign of a warrior is the way that somebody can battle back. Another sign of a warrior is what you do when the game is on the line. I mean, Georgia was leading this game. They have outscored Alabama in this 4th quarter 19-8. All right, it is 3rd and 2 right now for Georgia. Carson Beck is going to roll out. He's going to fire it downfield, and it's going to be dropped. Pass was incomplete, intended for Dominic Lovett, and it is going to be 4th and 2 for the Bulldogs. There's 1:22 left. Man, what a game. Woo! 6-play, 28-yard drive. It is 4th and 2 for Georgia. 3 wide receivers to the bottom of your television screen. Carson Beck changing the play. Are they still with their backup center too? Man. Carson Beck. There's some pressure from Alabama. It's complete, and they are at now the 35-yard line with 1:15. Oh my goodness. Woo. This is where it gets intense, fam.
Teams are always down at the last second.
So what we have here is it's 41-34. There's 1:15. And it looks like Devontae Smith is cramping up again. This is the 2nd time that he's been cramping up. You see Justin Jefferson going to check on him. Is he wearing what is he wearing? What kind of pants are those? No, Justin Jefferson. Look at those. Have you noticed this? Like players are now wearing basically shorts.
Yeah.
They're not wearing like pants. Remember the old pants where you're like your pads used to go. Oh, Devontae Smith's getting helped off. Oh man, will you write that down on trending topics or things we need to follow up on? Prayers up for Devontae Smith. Yeah, there's just shorts. You don't wear like pants. Remember you had to have the pads and put them in? They don't do that no more. They just wear shorts. Man, there's a minute 34. A minute 15, I guess. So check this out. This is a crazy stat right here. 9:30 on. We appreciate you guys being here. Georgia is 5 of 5 on fourth downs. 5 of 5. 41-34, 115. I appreciate you guys being here. We'll walk you through it. Following this is Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Carson Beck, back to pass. Here comes pressure. Carson Beck rolling out. He's going to decide to take it. He falls down, maybe gains, 4 yards. And it is going to be second down for Georgia. How many timeouts? I can't tell how many timeouts they have. Do you see those little dots? Oh, that's their first timeout. They have 2 timeouts remaining. Do you see the little timeout bar? Yeah, man. All right. Who do you think wins this game? Type A for Alabama and type G for Georgia inside the comment box right now as fast as you can. A for Alabama, G for Georgia. Why don't you guys have at it right now and take a quick break. I'll be right back. Nah, I can't take a break. There's a minute left in the game. Type A for Alabama, G for Georgia. Who do you think is going to win the game? Type right now. There's 52 seconds left in this game. Let's see what goes down, man. These guys have absolutely battled for it. What is the total for Jalen Milroe's yardage? 374 plus 117. This dude has 491 yards. All right, Carson back to pass. It is 2nd and 8. He goes deep, and it's going to be incomplete. It would have been down like at the 2-yard line. They go after Xavier Brown, and it is going to be incomplete. They're going for number 8. That is Colby Young, the bigger type wide receiver. And it's going to be incomplete. It is going to be, he didn't turn his head around, but he did break the pass up. 41, we have 52 seconds left. It is 3rd and 8. Carson Beck, of course, in shotgun. 2 wide receivers up top. 1 at the bottom. You got a tight end close, and looks like they tried to get Alabama offsides. Could be an encroachment penalty, and it is first down for Georgia of a pass to Lawson Lucky. There's a penalty. It's going to be offsides on Bama. I would imagine they obviously declined that in the chains move. Alabama has been penalized 10 times in this game for 90 yards. Yeah, some of the blitzes, I feel that they come in I feel you should blitz more in the beginning, like first down, second down. It seems like they blitz on such obvious downs. Like right here, you knew what was coming. So 49 seconds now in this game. Everybody is stressing. It is 41-34. Beck back to pass. He goes, and it is going to be intercepted by Xavier Brown. Yo, a freshman comes up with the interception that he will remember for the rest of his life. Yo, freshman shining. Yo, think about this, fam, okay? Number 2 on offense made the play on with Jalen Milroe to Ryan Williams. And then another freshman who has been tested all game long, Xavier Brown, who also wears number 2 on the defensive side, comes up with the pick in the end zone to win the game. All right, so number 2 on offense, Ryan Williams come with it. And then you have Xavier Brown coming with it. That was a great play on the defensive side. You got the turnover chain. You win the game for your team. My goodness, man, what a play. What a play by Xavier Brown. My goodness. And you see Jalen Milroe, who's accounted for 491 yards in this game, breathe a sigh of relief. Kalen DeBoer almost got smacked in the face by one of his assistant coaches. You see Kirby Smart on the side, and he is just devastated after that interception. Alabama is going to escape this game 41-34. Yo, Georgia fought hard, but in the end, the Alabama Crimson Tide will not be denied. Could I get a roll tide inside the comment box? I appreciate you guys. After this is Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. My goodness, what a game that was here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Just give me a few minutes to let me get set up, and we'll dive into our post-game show. Just give me 1 sec. Fam, what is going on? I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you so much, Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. My goodness. Let's do a post-game wrap-up real quick, and we'll get that posted immediately right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And again, Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference will be momentarily, and we'll bring that to you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And let's do the post-game report right here on Bama Football on YouTube, starting in just right now on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, we'll go to the full screen. We'll go here. I like that photo. All right, 3, 2, 1. Fam, what is going on? Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. This is my instant reaction following Alabama's thrilling 41-34 victory over the Georgia Bulldogs. Give a roll tide inside the comment box. You're breathing a sigh of relief. Look, I want to go through a couple different things about this game. It was a tale of two halves when you look to the Alabama Crimson Tide and you look to the Georgia Bulldogs, which was an absolutely barn burner and a thrilling ending. And, of course, you can watch Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference right here on Bama Football on YouTube. But when we zoom on the stats, it starts with Jalen Milroe, who was absolutely fantastic tonight. 27 of 33 for 374 yards and 2 touchdowns, rushing the football, 16 rushes for 17 yards in this game, right? Accounted for 491 yards of offense and accounted for 4 touchdowns. Now, when you look to what Georgia did on the other side of the ball, look, this team could have very well turned in the towel. Carson Beck, he didn't. He battled back like a warrior. 27 of 50 in this game. 439 yards passing with 3 touchdowns, but he was picked 3 times, right? So you look at the scoring summary of this game, and it felt like Alabama was just going to run away with this game, maybe 100-0. It started off with a Jalen Milroe touchdown from 7 yards out to make it 7-0. Then a Jam Miller touchdown reception from Jalen Milroe made it 14-0, and then Jeremy Bernard got in the action. And he caught a 7-yard rush that was off a jet sweep to make it 21-0. Then you have Jalen Milroe, who puts in 36-yard rush to make it 28-0, right? Give up the sticks. Well, Georgia comes back and they get on the board, and we go in the halftime after an intentional grounding call, 30-7. Georgia does not quit. And in fact, they pretty much controlled this second half of the game. Not a lot of things went right for Alabama as Georgia comes back to make it 30-15, then 33-21, then 33-28. Georgia even takes the lead after a 67-yard touchdown from Carson Beck to Dylan Bell, and they lead 34-33. But yo, fam, check this out. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games. Ryan Williams made quite possibly the play of the college football season. That was crazy what happened. So he turns around, he catches the ball, and he stops. He has 2 defenders go into each other, and then he gets up the field for a 75-yard score to put Alabama on top, 41-34. So this is how the game ends, right? Georgia has an opportunity to drive down the field and win the game. Well, Alabama's secondary, look, they were tested tonight. I promise you. They were tested in every single way. And they came up with a big interception by another freshman, and that is Xavier Brown, who ironically wears number 2. So think about this. Alabama's freshmen rise up in a game of superstars. Like, like Trump is here at the game. Kid Rock's at the game. You look to all the people. Coach Saban was on game day. Miss Terry's on game day. The magnitude, and think about it, it's freshmen that are rising up in the game. Ryan Williams, my goodness. I thought that, he would shine through, but never did I think, man, that he would become, and what I'm about to say is 100% true from my heart. I honestly believe that Jalen Milroe is the best player in all of college football. Say it again, and I want to say this, okay? Ryan Williams is the best wide receiver in the country. The best wide receiver in the country is right here in Tuscaloosa. Not the best freshman in the country, the best wide receiver in the country. Do you agree with me? Type yes if you think that Ryan Williams is the best wide receiver in the country. What he's done through the first 4 games of the season has been epic. The first catch that he had was an 84-yard touchdown. The second catch that he had was a 56-yard touchdown. The juggling catch that he had tonight, that's crazy. You know what it is? Eye black red? Kill everybody. The guy has the mindset. Some people have it. Ryan Williams does. All right. I think he's the best wide receiver in all of college football. And I think that Jalen Milroe is absolutely the best player in all of college football. The second half was not it. Good teams find a way to win. You still got to tighten up on the penalties. I didn't like it. They were penalized 10 times for 90 yards. You know what else I didn't like? I didn't like the gadget plays. You were moving the football effectively against Georgia in the second half. Like in the first half, you didn't need to go to the gadget plays. We will keep you posted on any injuries. Devontae Smith, Kendrick Law, but Jalen Milroe runs to the locker room. That was a hell of a victory for Alabama. Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference coming up right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I love you. I appreciate you. Let me know, what was your biggest takeaways of the game? This is my instant reaction right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Can I get a roll tide? I appreciate you guys. Kalen DeBoer's press conference, or you can watch it right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Be back in 2 seconds right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Give me 2 seconds, fam. I'll be right back. Kalen DeBoer press conference coming up next. Fam, what's up? Kyle Henderson, waiting for Coach Kalen DeBoer. I do all the stuff like behind the scenes, like uploading all the stuff. So I'm here. As soon as Coach Kalen DeBoer comes, we'll bring him to the podium. But I gotta like upload all the videos. We gotta do like all the thumbnails. It's just T and I up in the house. So I appreciate you guys being patient. But as soon as Coach Kalen DeBoer comes to the podium, I'll bring that right back. So just hang on, and then when he comes, I'll be right back. So just give me 2 seconds, and I'll put it on commercial, but then we'll bring you back when Coach Kalen DeBoer comes on. Thanks for your patience. That was crazy, right, fam? As soon as Coach Kalen DeBoer comes with it, I'll bring him to right here on Bama Football on YouTube. That was wild. That was, I mean, to think about. If you want to watch my instant reaction that has like all the energy and stuff, I just uploaded it to the YouTube channel. You can follow us on Facebook too, Bama Football on Facebook. We'll have Kirby Smart as well uploaded later on this evening. I mean, like I said, I mean, to see the way that the freshmen played in the fourth quarter when the game is on the line is ultra impressive to me. I think that play that Ryan Williams made, first of all, it was like Jalen Milroe knew he's going to his playmaker. That is the guy who he trusts to make plays. And to see the freshman make an adjustment like that, like a human being make an adjustment like that, is absolutely wild. I mean, not only was the adjustment great, because that would have been just a good adjustment to make to catch the ball. But for him to have the presence of mind, and I've seen him do this a couple times, man. Hey, we got a 50 spot from Gelato, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for supporting the product. I've seen this a couple times from Ryan Williams. He has a peripheral vision that not a lot of humans have. And for him to be able to catch the ball and make that adjustment was crazy. And then to be able, I said that, man. I agree, Kyle, 100%. I think this is the best wide receiver in the country. And then to be able to understand like that somebody's right here and to be able to stop and let those two wide receivers collide and then have the acceleration to continue. Adam East, man, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Like that type of mentality and that type of playmaking ability is, I mean, man, that was absolutely phenomenal. Jalen Milroe, the way that he played, that was crazy. Absolutely came with it. Now, the second half of this game was just that play, Xavier Brown and Deontay Lawson's sack, those were like the only positives that happened in that second half. Other than that, that second half was crap. It was a completely different vibe than the first half when Alabama was giving it to him, right? Because Alabama came out and just absolutely gave him the business. We're like, all right, Nick Sheridan, you're doing a great job. Milroe was like, what was he, 11 of 11? Up until he threw that incompletion. He was absolutely killing them. But I found that like these gadget plays kind of killed a little bit. I think the gadget plays took points off the board. It got a player hurt. I didn't really like that. And then in the second half, I don't know, maybe Georgia made some better defensive adjustments. they definitely stopped the run. I mean, you look at the statistics, Alabama did not run. I mean, in terms of the running back usage. Now, there was some design stuff from Jalen Milroe, and Milroe kind of put the team on his back. But I've been talking, like, you put the ball in the hands of the best player. I think we got Coach Kalen DeBoer coming up soon. He'll be right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Give me 1 second as we switch over, okay? And just be patient. I'll just wait for Coach Kalen DeBoer. Please stand by.
Everyone, we're joined by head coach Kalen DeBoer. We'll have coach make his opening statement, and we'll take questions. Leave your hand out, please.
Yeah, you bet. Heck of a game. Lost my voice a little bit there, obviously. A lot happening there all game long. So a lot of energy that was put out there by coaches and players, and proud of the way, we played. It took 4 quarters. And obviously, there's some times where they made a run there, and the second half in particular. But, just proud of the way our guys kept fighting, kept playing. I think we continue to learn every single play and grow, and you see that at the end with ZB's, interception. Guys saw it a couple times, them throwing the ball up in the air and really just laying it up there, maybe even sometimes underthrowing it, and just in great position. That one certainly looked different with how he was playing it. There's reasons for that, but certainly how he was playing it, and in a position where he had as good a chance to make a play on the ball as anyone, and did it. These guys are fun to coach every single day because they're just wanting to get better. And highlighted Ryan, obviously, with the big play he had and the touchdown. 2 number 2s out there, 2 freshmen. It was fun celebrating those guys in the locker room. Our team, loves the way that they work every day. But tip of the cap to Georgia. Just they're a heck of a football team. We pushed each other to the very end. So proud. Again, can't say how proud I am of our guys. We talk about you get what you deserve, and these guys come to practice every single day. They're in the weight room. Any opportunity where we're asking and asking them to do something, they're all over it, and they're doing it to an extremely high level. So, we expect to win games. These games, and so of course the locker room's full of excitement, but I also want to make sure that we understand that's the expectation, and there's a lot of season left, and so want to make sure we don't blow all our energy into this win, and make sure we can handle success and get ready for next week.
All right, thanks, Coach. Starting on the left side with Nick Kelly.
Yeah, when you have 2 freshmen, like you mentioned, over here, Coach.
There.
When you have 2 freshmen in a game where resolve was needed, and they were the ones who provided it, I mean, what does it say about those 2?
Yeah, it says a lot. It says mentally that they're well ahead of their time, and they've played enough snaps now, to where there's a belief that not only that they have in themselves, but we all do, and we see it in practice. And they're playmakers. They battle, they grind. They were tired. Played a lot of snaps, each of them. A lot of running, but they're true they're true as far as what we ask, and grinding 4 quarters and need them till the very end. And so, they earned that stripe down the middle of their helmet today. That's for sure.
Jump to the right side, Charlie.
Yeah, Coach, Jalen had almost 500 yards of total offense. Just what did you think of the way he played and the way he started the game?
Yeah, he was, I think, exceptional. And I really, I didn't want to jump the gun, but I just really felt like the last couple weeks, and it starts with the Wisconsin game where he got into a little bit of rhythm, made those plays. We still didn't have enough opportunities really through it. I think we either threw it 17 times or something like that. But you could see him taking that step from week 2 to week 3. The offensive line, I think, is doing a good job for the most part of really protecting him, and and he's thinking about where he's going to go with the ball. It doesn't mean he's perfect, but man, he's a weapon out there, and he's doing it both through the air and with his feet. He's tough to game plan against when you're on the other side. When he needed to put the ball somewhere, I really felt like his accuracy, and that goes to his timing, the rhythm. The confidence, the belief that he has in his receivers and whoever's catching the pass, and not everyone goes. Not everyone. There was a couple times where we actually let him down. We let him down and didn't have a couple guys run exactly what they were supposed to do, and it looks kind of fuzzy, and you're wondering what the heck's going on. And that's a credit. I felt like he just mentally kept staying the course, and that he continues to grow in all ways, not just as a football player, but as a leader as well.
Let's go back over to the left side to Mike.
Kirby had mentioned at halftime he hadn't seen you guys throw to empty before, and it seems like maybe you caught them off guard early in the game. How did you feel like you adjusted as the game went on, and maybe they got more of a handle on that?
Yeah, well, we hit the one to Ryan, in the third quarter. He made this kind of the circus catch. And yeah, there was more of that. I mean, we've done it, throughout the season, but there was certainly a heavier dose of that. And, I really felt like when we went empty, Jalen did a good job of seeing the space, seeing the coverages. And that's what I love, because we have a lot of playmakers out there and sometimes just getting the ball in their hands. So, there's adjustments going back and forth. They did a nice job with some things. And then we had to counter back as well.
Chris Lowe on the left side.
Hey, Kalen, I know you've been in a lot of big games, but could you take us through the emotional roller coaster to get up by 28, and then those last few minutes when you guys were like both teams sort of trading haymakers?
Yeah. When you face a really good football team, there's going to be a strong push. That's what I would expect from us if we were ever in a spot. We're going to fight till the very end, and I expect our guys to go make plays. And sometimes when they're in their situation, really on their heels and really just throwing it up, and kind of that urgency that they needed to have, and a couple plays go your way, those are the sparks, and that's what happened. And they did a nice job converting on some fourth downs. I think that was really the story in the second half, is those fourth down calls, fourth down plays. And, we get 1 or 2 of those. Really the game looks different, I think, in the second half. So, but yeah, it's those are the battles. We know that that's what each and every week is going to be. Just people are going to bring their best shot to us, and that's the SEC. So. Again, proud of our guys and the way they kept responding. It wasn't like, the next play or the next drive was always perfect, but we did play team football, and I thought covered for each other. We got some takeaways, got a field goal, special teams did a nice job there. Of course, there were some letdowns, and we all saw what some of those were too.
Got a question in the back right, Chase.
Can you speak to Kendrick Law having to come out of the game and what his situation is?
Yeah, he just got a lower body injury, so I don't know what he'll be. It's unfortunate, because I thought he really had a great week or 2 of practice, and kept building too, and putting a lot. And he was, I know, really juiced up before the game. So thought he was doing some good things as far as just helping our offense. It might not be things that show up on the stat sheet. So unfortunately, he wasn't able to be there with us throughout the whole game.
Back left, Ryan.
Coach, an answer like that at the end, what does that say to your team, and what's your message to the team, and how does that carry over now that you guys made a response at the end like that?
Yeah, we talked about it on Sunday. There were some games last week. Our guys had the bye week, and they watched a lot of football. And we talked about how, there's some last-second plays, and, you got to keep fighting and keep playing. And the game, with our talent, is going to keep coming back to us, even when it feels like it's running away from us. And, that belief from tonight is something we will certainly make sure and be intentional on remembering, because those are the things that are going to happen again, and we're going to have to do the same thing at some point throughout the season. You know, you never know; it might be sooner than later. But guys being ready for when their opportunity comes. We've talked a lot about that during fall camp. I reminded them before the game, and I thought guys were ready when their opportunity came and went and made a play. And that's what we're going to need.
Right in the middle of the room here, Katie. Come on the other side, Katie. There you go.
You just hit on this a little bit, but what kind of leadership and composure did you see from Jalen at the end to make that play after Georgia had just taken the lead?
Yeah, you know, I mean, he put the ball where he needed to, and I think, you know, just it's one of the areas I felt, you know, that he really improved, and that throw and the location of that throw, that was intentional. I really will say that strongly, because that's one of the areas that we worked on. If you saw the first couple of games and where some of those fades were thrown, and that's an improvement. And that's not just him, that's the receivers also being on the same page with him. So it doesn't always fall on Jalen's lap with some of those plays that we had early in the year. You saw Ryan catch the touchdown against Wisconsin. You know, you saw a couple of those things starting to happen. You know, he took a next step. You know, guys don't always have to be wide open right now. You saw him throwing guys open and the receivers anticipating that, hey, I'm going to get the ball. And that's progress in our passing game. And we can keep doing those things. You know, we'll be tough to defend.
All right, Johnny.
Hey, Coach, locally we've seen Ryan for a few years now in the state, but from a national standpoint, this game is kind of his arrival. You mentioned the circus catch and then the go-ahead score at the end. Just how special of a player is he? And in those crunch time moments, is it in the back of your mind, I got to get to the ball?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's involved, and I still feel, I mean, I think we threw it to 10 or 11 different guys today, you know, and that's going to be the key, is that everyone still is involved, so that attention can't just solely be on him, you know, and so he's a guy, those are some of the plays, you know, some of the ones he's had in the early part of the season, he was very open, but there was reasons why he was also open, just a subtle understanding of timing and where the ball and what the concept was, where the ball was going to be thrown. But now you see some of the playmaking that I know we saw during fall camp, where, you know, there are competitive catches, and that happened a couple times tonight. So, you know, then after I think the thing I'm probably more impressed with that I knew he was going to bring, but it's what he's doing after the catch too. It's not surprising, but it's certainly impressive. And when you practice every day against each other and you have a couple scrimmages, you get a couple chances, but he's doing it over and over again, getting the ball in his hands and making people miss, and, you know, a lot of yards after catching, yards after contact. So he's a special player. The most impressive thing also with that is how he just handles success, and he's going to be back to work, and he's going to be the same guy on Tuesday, you know, same guy tomorrow when we show up and do our workouts. And so, you know, that's what I think our team really sees in him. You know, the upperclassmen, I know have noticed that from day one.
Well, now, only have time for two more questions. Start front left, Tony.
You talked about Jalen's execution on that fourth quarter throw. Was the thought to challenge Georgia deep, you know, on the first play and kind of hit them when maybe they weren't as focused? And then just what was your, I guess, conversation with Jalen heading into that drive?
Well, Jalen and I have talked a lot. This isn't just this week. It's been since day one about never having regrets, and so competing till the very end, and you know, really that's what I want our team to do. But we talk about that a lot, and staying positive and keep fighting. And then, you know, sometimes it doesn't bounce your way, and doesn't mean you lose the game, but sometimes just a play doesn't end up the way that you wanted. You got to keep fighting. When it comes to the concept, a lot of our plays have opportunities where you can have you find that one-on-one, and if you like the matchup, you go after it. And so, you know, he liked what he saw, obviously, and delivered, and you know, Ryan did the rest for him. But a lot of our concepts, you know, have shots built in, but also some other elements to the passing game where, you know, you're looking still to have a high completion percentage. I think that's the one thing that jumped out at me. I don't know what 27 of 33 is it's got to be 80+%, So that's what I love to see. If we can be over 65, that's positive steps, and he's well above that.
Last question on the grades, far right.
Hey, Coach. At the beginning of the week, you mentioned that at least one doubter falls in line with the Lank mentality. After a win like tonight, do you feel like some of those doubters might have been silenced a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, and that's some stuff internally, that we know that you have a matchup like this, there's going to be people that believe one thing or another, and is this a mismatch, this position against that position, so that link is from the team aspect, but it's also a position group or an individual, a side of the ball, and so our guys, I think, do a great job of just having that edge to them that comes along with that mentality. I'm proud of them because they understand that edge, but they keep the confidence, and they don't do it in an arrogant way. And I appreciate the way they come to work. That's what you can really see that translates to the opportunities and wins, a win like we had tonight.
Thank you, Coach.
Awesome. Thank you. Roll Tide.
Fam, my goodness. What a night. Could I get a Roll Tide? It's 11 p.m. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for joining me today during the watch along. Tomorrow, I'm going to take you guys' calls and we dive into it. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 25 minutes right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Thank you so much again for watching today. These are my closing remarks as, you kind of get to it. I think, this team showed fight, which they hadn't been in a fight this year. I think that this team clearly showed that they're a buzzsaw and they can be the most dangerous offense in college football. But I'm not sure what happened in the second half of that game. Either Georgia made some adjustments. I don't know. I'll have to rewatch and kind of listen to, the coaches speak on Monday to kind of rehash that game because I didn't like a lot of the things in the second half, but I did like the fight. It's really phenomenal that Ryan Williams and Xavier Brown came with it like they do, and they're playing at this level, being their first year Alabama. I can't even imagine if you thought like the future of Alabama football was going anywhere. Like, these guys are freshmen, and you think of the stardom of Ryan Williams, we haven't even seen what's to come. Like, this guy's a mega star. You want to know the ratings of tonight's game? Probably 11 million, 12 million people watched the game, and everybody saw Jalen Milroe, 491 yards and 4 touchdowns. All right. And you saw what Ryan Williams did. I love you, fam. Thank you very much for joining me. I got to get to work, man. I got to get a lot of the post-game press conferences uploaded. I don't stop this and go to bed. So you follow me everywhere else. I love you. I appreciate you. Look for all of our coverage coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Coming to you from Tuscaloosa, Alabama on the post-game show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys.